Chapter 634 War Declaration. Chapter 634 War Declaration. Outside the main hall, Ji Yaoshue gazed into the distance with a dejected look in her eyes. There was nothing over there, and the person from earlier on had already left. Perfected Lord Mingzi arrived beside Ji Yaoshue and asked curiously, "You knew that he wasn't dead a long time ago, Empress?" "That's right, I knew it 15 years ago. 15 years ago?" Perfected Lord Mingzi frowned with a pensive expression. A moment later, he shuddered and blurted, "That middle-aged monk at Dragon Burial Valley." Ji Yaoshue nodded. "That explains why the monk wanted to save you despite the tremendous risk and even escorted you all the way out." Perfected Lord Mingzi lamented, "That monk was decisive to kill and his attacks were sharp. Not only that, his thought process was frighteningly detailed and he did not seem like someone from the Buddhist sects. At that time, I had a fleeting thought that the means of the monk resembled someone. To think that it was really him." When Perfected Lord Mingzi saw Ji Yaoshue remain in silence, he knew that everything that happened today had quite a huge blow for the child. The betrayal of a kin was not something that everyone could deal with. The sudden appearance and disappearance of that man also dealt a huge blow to her. Perfected Lord Mingzi did not know how to console her and merely asked, "Why did he choose to avoid meeting you?" "He's afraid of implicating me as well as the great Zhu dynasty," Ji Yaoshue said softly. "Senior Mingzi, do you really think that he triggered a beast stampede and committed a massacre just because he wanted to vent his frustrations over the death of his kin? Was it not?" Perfected Lord Mingzi froze for a moment. "Of course not," Ji Yaoshue shook her head. Frowning, Perfected Lord Mingzi asked, "If that's the case, why would he say that?" Ji Yaoshue replied, "It's because that's the only way it wouldn't be linked to me or the great Zhu dynasty. That way, no major sect or faction would direct their rage towards the great Zhu dynasty." Perfected Lord Mingzi was enlightened. Su Zimo's identity was truly way too sensitive. He had offended way too many factions 20 years ago. There was nowhere for him left in the North region. Given the circumstances back then, even anyone who sheltered Su Zimo's brother would bring upon great troubles for themselves, let alone Su Zimo himself. It would have been fine if Su Zimo had died at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. But now that he was alive, he had to deal with the pursuit of the 10 upper sects, 4 gentry clans and major factions such as Glass Palace. That was why he chose to sever all ties with the great Zhu dynasty so as to not implicate the latter. It wouldn't be long before the battle at Kanglang mountain range was made known to the entire North region. At that time, countless sects, factions, and cultivators would partake in the hunt for Su Zimo, whether or not they had any grudges with him. That was because Su Zimo possessed the divine phoenix bone and many secret skills. Anyone who could obtain Su Zimo's possessions would take over him to become the new strongest monster incarnate in history. Everyone was hunting down a prey. And Su Zimo was none other than the prey. Perfected Lord Mingzi sighed gently. "It's tough on him." He knew clearly well that from this day forth, Su Zimo would have to bear the infamy of being called a violent and bloodthirsty demon etc. Nobody would express any gratitude to him. That was because everyone would deem Su Zimo as a violent and cruel demon whose hands were tainted with the blood of countless humans just because he wanted to vent his frustration. Since he was not a human, he was a common enemy for everyone. Ji Yaoshue vaguely realized that the two of them may never meet again after this departure. "Empress, let's head back." Perfected Lord Mingzi said softly, "The great Zhu has no more worries now that the allied army of the 3 dynasties have withdrawn. I believe that from today on, nobody in the entire great Zhu will dare to question you." Ji Yaoshue sighed and turned to leave. Because of the passing of his kin, Su Zimo appeared and triggered a beast stampede to murder millions of cultivators and 100 nascent souls in a town. The piece of news rippled through the entire North region like a whirlwind. A shocking wave was stirred in the cultivation world of the North region once again. How can that be? Everyone witnessed him leaping down the Dragon Burial Valley 20 years ago. How is he still alive? Millions of cultivators. How strong? I heard that he hasn't managed to cultivate to become a fiend demon. If so, how did he manage to kill 100 nascent souls? Could his strength have grown to such a terrifying degree? I think the nascent souls fell into an ambush and their spirit energies and essence spirits were locked. Is he declaring war against the humans? It was a common topic of discussion among all the cultivators of the North region. Initially, the cultivation world had calmed down with the imminent opening of the intermediate ancient battlefield because all the major sects and factions were busy preparing to send their disciples inside. However, the piece of news stirred the entire North region. The number of cultivators in the Great Jew dynasty increased significantly. All the major sects and factions moved, all of them wanted to be the first to hunt down Suzimo. Cultivators of the 10 upper sects, 4 gentry clans, 2 aristocratic families and even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect appeared one after another in search of Suzimo. It was almost impossible for Suzimo to continue hiding given the current circumstances. However, for 10 consecutive days, nobody found Suzimo. Even Dharma characteristics were alerted for this period of time. It was said that Tao Lords of Glass Palace visited Ethereal Peak personally to capture Suzimo but to no avail. Within the capital of Great Jew, powerful spirit consciousnesses would sweep past daily to check every last corner of the capital. It was as though Suzimo had vanished into thin air. Nobody knew where he was. Suddenly, a spirit crane that arrived in the vicinity of Glass Palace caused yet another huge stir. There was a declaration written on it. You had better not send any cultivators into the ancient battlefield, or I'll murder each and every single one of them I see. Blood will be paid by blood for the 13 cities of Yang country. It was signed with a name. Suzimo. The fact that nobody from Glass Palace stood out to deny it meant that it was probably true. The piece of news caused a huge uproar. There was someone in this world who dared to threaten Glass Palace. This was a declaration of war. A golden core was declaring war against a massive titan of history in Tianhuang mainland. That was courage that no one could match. There were no scheming or conniving plots. It was a declaration of war in bright daylight. He threatened Glass Palace under the watch of the entire cultivation world. If they dared to send anyone into the ancient battlefield, everyone would be murdered by Suzimo. Blood will be paid by blood for the 13 cities of Yang country. A full 20 years had passed. Nobody expected Suzimo to survive. Less than that, nobody expected this monster incarnate to reappear with such a domineering stance that he would dare to trample on the dignity of Glass Palace and declare war against them. The entire cultivation world was in a full uproar and discussions were strife. Steel is easily snapped if it's too rigid. That lad is way too ballsy to dare to provoke Glass Palace as a Golden Core Realm spirit demon. I think he has a death wish. I don't think so. In my opinion, I think he's very smart. Heh. Why do you say that? If he charges at Glass Palace directly, that would be having a death wish. However, he's very smart to shift the fight onto the ancient battlefield. So what? That lad murdered Shi Wuya 20 years ago and can be considered as the true number 1 perfected being of the North region. With the restriction of the ancient battlefield at the Golden Core Realm, he would be equivalent to a god within. How could anyone from Glass Palace be a match for him? That might not be true. Don't forget that a void reversion crushed his golden core entirely, that's undeniable. Furthermore, that lad had no spirit energy in the battle at Kang Lang mountain range. In my opinion, his strength has dropped instead. Chapter 635, 3 Enigma Rankings. Chapter 635, 3 Enigma Rankings. Suzimo declared war to Glass Palace. Regarding that, the major sects, factions, and individual cultivators had varying opinions. Some of them felt that the momentum was with Suzimo now that he managed to survive and kill millions of cultivators now that he had returned. Some felt that Suzimo was arrogant, overconfident, and did not know his limits. What he did was equivalent to an ant trying to move a tree. He had a strong physique, shocking bloodline, and frightening melee combat strength. However, what was undeniable was the fact that his golden core was crippled. 20 years ago, there was no way a direct attack from a void reversion could have missed. There was no way of recovering a destroyed golden core as well. Furthermore, in the battle at Kang Lang mountain range, none of the surviving cultivators felt any spirit energy fluctuation from Suzimo. The destruction of his golden core meant that he had no golden core phenomenon to rely on. For some people, the outcome of a fight between Su Zimo, who had lost his golden core, and the peerless paragons of Glass Palace's golden core realm was indeterminate. Furthermore, there would be sealers in the intermediate ancient battlefield. Glass Palace had a long history, solid foundation, and they were one of the immortal sects. How could they be threatened by a single spirit crane from Su Zimo? A massive battle was bound to break out in the ancient battlefield. Glass Palace prepared for the battle while searching for Su Zimo, even offering a hefty reward for his capture. Unfortunately, another 20 days passed without any news of Su Zimo. The date to the opening of the ancient battlefield approached. A tranquil old temple at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. In the courtyard, there were 2 people and a fox. A little monk sat in a lotus position facing the sun with his head lowered. Bathed in sunlight, he recited his Buddhist sutras and seemed like he was shrouded by a Buddha glow. On the other side, a green-robed scholar sat on a stone bench casually with his hands behind his back. He seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed in an extremely relaxed manner. A fiery red little fox hopped around on the green-robed scholar's body in joy. Old temple, monk, scholar, fox, Sanskrit. Everything seemed like a scene from a painting. The monk was Ming Zhen. The scholar was naturally Su Zimo, who had just caused a huge stir in the north region. An old monk walked out from the grand hall. Ming Xin, Ming Zhen, prepare yourselves. The ancient battlefield is about to open up. Let me explain to you guys about the origin of the phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo and Ming Zhen bolted upright and sat at attention. In the ancient era, humans rose and fought against the primordial 9 races. In order to ensure that the legacy of the human race continued, an expert of the ancient era, Fairy Ling Long, set up the ranking to select those with the strongest potential in the younger generation to groom intensively and retain our heritage. Therefore, there's a strict rule in the ranking for age. Anyone that's above 200 years old is not allowed to be included into the ranking. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. The ranking was meant to gather the paragons of the human race and strong monster incarnates. Naturally, there had to be a strong limitation to age. Compared to golden cores who had a lifespan of 500 years, anyone who was 200 years old was considered young. Su Zimo could not help but think about someone. The number 1 of the previous phenomenon ranking, Di Yin, back when he was in his 30s 100 years ago, he had already attained the number 1 spot of the phenomenon ranking. The reason why he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield again was so that he could achieve the number 1 position twice in succession. Fairy Ling Long had long ascended after tiding through the tribulation. Now, the release of each golden core phenomenon ranking is done by Enigma Palace, which she founded. At that point, the old monk paused for a moment. 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups, 3 aristocratic families, 2 islands, and 1 palace. Those were the strongest factions on Tianhuang mainland as of now. If Enigma Palace was qualified to publish the Golden Core phenomenon ranking in the ancient battlefield, it should be the 1 palace in the top factions. Enigma Palace? Su Zimo's eyes shimmered as he murmured. In his mind, a pale, rotund and beardless cultivator with a folding fan appeared. Su Zimo lamented, Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji, I wonder if they're connected. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zimo asked, Fairy Ling Long must have been an ancient emperor as well if she had such an influence to gather all the monster incarnates in the world. Although Fairy Ling Long was an expert of the ancient era, she wasn't an emperor. The old monk shook his head. However, she had another identity. She was the wife of the human emperor. The wife of the human emperor. That explained everything. Furthermore, the fact that Fairy Ling Long was able to set up Enigma Palace and pass down her legacy was proof that she was no weakling in the past. The old monk continued, that's also part of the reason why Enigma Palace has a unique status in the cultivation world and is ranked alongside the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. Because the human emperor did not leave behind any legacy, Enigma Palace is the only sect that is related to the human emperor. Apart from the phenomenon ranking, Enigma Palace has 2 other rankings, the Dharma characteristic and divine power ranking respectively. Those are the famous 3 Enigma rankings in the cultivation world. Ming Zhen had a lost expression and asked curiously, "Master, apart from being famous, what's the use of being on the phenomenon ranking? If it's just for fame, I'm not going to fight them for it." To Ming Zhen, being able to study Buddhism in peace meant more than fighting to the death with everyone else. Of course, there's more to it than fame. The old monk chuckled. Any cultivator that's able to get their name on the phenomenon ranking would be known to the world, and they would be watched by all the super sects. For example, if you're able to get into the phenomenon ranking, you'll have a chance to join the 6 Buddhist monasteries. "I don't want to join the other monasteries, I just want to follow you, Master." Master shook his head. "You must not be emotional." The old monk said with good intentions, "It's a rare opportunity and you can only grow more if you discover more about the strengths of others. Cultivation isn't merely hiding in seclusion away from the world forever. You're still young and you'll have to head out eventually to experience the pains, love, and emotions of the mortal realm and secular affairs. That is the true path of cultivation." The old monk said, "The only way to leave the mortal realm is after you enter it." Ming Zhen nodded, seemingly confused. He had never left the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley, nor had he experienced secular affairs. How could he understand any of that? However, he could tell that the old monk wanted him to leave. Ming Zhen felt disappointed internally. Su Zimo eyed the old monk and sighed internally. He was probably the only one who understood the old monk's underlying intentions. The old monk was trying to seek an alternative path for Ming Zhen. He was already old and knew that he would leave this world one day. That was the reason why he wanted Ming Zhen to join other sects. That way, the latter would be able to gain the protection of the super sect. At that thought, Su Zimo smiled bitterly in self-deprecation. He had offended all the major factions of the North region. There was no place left for him in the North region. No other sects or factions would accept him either. That was because everyone saw him as a demon. Humans and demons were different. Sensing the sorrow in Su Zimo's eyes, the old monk said warmly, "Apart from the chance to join super sects, there will also be rewards for leaving your name on the phenomenon ranking. Naturally, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. It could be earth-grade dharmic arts or cultivation techniques, or supreme or perfect-grade dharmic weapons. In fact, there's a small chance that it can be a carnate dharmic weapon." Chapter 636, Destiny Dharmic Weapon. Chapter 636, Destiny Dharmic Weapon. Cultivators would experience life-changing transformations after forming a core. That was the first time they would break free from the restraints of heaven and earth, and they would not only be able to soar through the skies, their lifespans would even extend to 500 years. Core formation could be considered as a rift in the path of cultivation. The difference between Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm was another great rift. That was because one would break free from the restraints of heaven and earth once more at Nascent Soul Realm by cultivating their essence spirits and extending their lifespans to 1,000 years. With an essence spirit, cultivators were able to channel dharmic powers for their own use. At the same time, it meant that cultivators would require new dharmic arts, weapons, and even some secret skills to refine their spirits. Simply put, the intermediate ancient battlefield was where many paragons of the Golden Core would prepare themselves for what they require after ascending to Nascent Soul Realm. The old monk said, there were even heaven-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques that appeared in the rewards of previous phenomenon ranking. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was secretly speechless. After advancing to Nascent Soul Realm, one would enter a new world and reach a new level. Dharmic powers were the powers of the universe. Dharmic arts and cultivation techniques were differentiated by grades. The 4 grades in the cultivation world for dharmic arts and cultivation worlds were heaven, earth, dark and light. Naturally, the most frightening techniques that could release the strongest dharmic powers were heaven-grade dharmic art. Thereafter, the power level was reduced per grade. Light-grade dharmic arts had the weakest dharmic powers. Of course, there were also stronger and weaker light-grade dharmic arts. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, most of the commonly seen light-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques could be found in various major sects and factions. Dark-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques were most likely only possessed by aristocratic families and true gentry clans. Earth-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques were only possessed by major supersects of Tianhuang mainland. However, heaven-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques were things that could only be hoped for. In the ancient era where paragons dominated and multiple emperors rose, there were many heaven-grade dharmic arts and cultivation techniques that were created. However, few were passed down till now. Furthermore, many of them that were passed down were incomplete by now. That was the reason why all the paragons of Tianhuang mainland looked forward to the intermediate ancient battlefield. It was also the reason why Di Yin was willing to suppress his cultivation realm so that he could enter the ancient battlefield once more. The Daming dharmic seal that Su Zimo cultivated was originally an earth-grade dharmic art. However, with the loss of the Mingwang prayer beads such that there were only 4 dharmic seals remaining, Daming dharmic seal could only be considered as a dark-grade dharmic art. Strictly speaking, the Fiend Suppression, Demon Subduing, Immortal Trap and Immovable Foundation seals could only be considered as dark-grade dharmic arts. When released in tandem with Daming Mantra, it was only a superior dark-grade dharmic art. Within the Daming dharmic seal, only the lost Great Vajra Wheel and Great Mount Meru seals were true blue earth-grade dharmic art. However, the strange thing was that Daming True Sutra was clearly listed as a heaven-grade dharmic art in the ancient books of Daming Monastery. Even if he managed to recover the 2 lost dharmic seals, Daming dharmic seal was only an earth-grade dharmic art. However, it could actually turn into a heaven-grade dharmic art after it was combined with the sound secret skill, Daming Mantra, to form Daming True Sutra. That was something that Su Zimo could not figure out. Of course, nascent souls would not be able to release heaven-grade dharmic arts even if they obtained it. Heaven-grade dharmic arts had extremely strict requirements of one's essence spirit. Even if nascent souls were to set their essence spirits ablaze, they would not be able to channel the heaven-grade dharmic arts. Theoretically, heaven-grade cultivation techniques could be cultivated the moment one entered nascent soul realm. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to comprehend, and having just cultivated their essence spirits, there were many things that nascent souls did not know about this realm. It would be extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Of course, the benefits of cultivating a heaven-grade cultivation technique were clear as day as well. In the same realm, an essence spirit that cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation technique would be much stronger than the essence spirits of other perfected lord. The old monk continued, after advancing to nascent soul realm, you will have to change all your weapons. Even if you're wielding a carnate spirit weapon, it won't be able to release the might of dharmic arts. In terms of toughness, even ordinary dharmic weapons would not be able to shatter carnate spirit weapons with ease. However, at the end of the day, carnate spirit weapons were still only on the level of spirit energy. Dharmic weapons are classified into 4 types for the 4 different realms, and it's extremely simple. Weapons used by nascent souls were called perfected lord dharmic weapons, and weapons used by void reversions were Tao being dharmic weapons. Following that, Dharma characteristics used Tao lord dharmic weapons, and conjoint bodies used mighty figure dharmic weapons. At that point, Su Zimo's heart stirred and he asked automatically, there's also the Mahayana realm above conjoint body. In that case, do those patriarchs use patriarch dharmic weapons? Wrong. The old monk smiled. Mahayana patriarchs use Dharma treasures. Dharma treasure? Su Zimo and Ming Zhen were stunned. That was a term that was foreign to them. The old monk replied, the logic is simple. Dharmic powers are above spirit energy and divine powers are above dharmic powers. With that, dharmic arts are above spirit arts and divine arts are above dharmic arts. With the same comparison, dharmic weapons are above spirit weapons and dharmic treasures are above dharmic weapons. The reason why one has to change weapons at a new cultivation realm is because their strength would also transform in terms of quality as their cultivation advances. Spirit weapons will explode if they are injected with dharmic powers. Similarly, dharmic weapons aren't able to withstand divine powers, and those that undergo the baptism of divine powers are known as dharmic treasures. Su Zimo was enlightened. Be it perfected lord or Tao being dharmic weapons, the difference in grade is similar to spirit weapons. The old monk continued, a single dharmic pattern makes an inferior grade perfected Lord dharmic weapon, 2 dharmic patterns, middle grade perfected Lord dharmic weapon, 3 dharmic patterns, superior grade, 4 dharmic patterns, supreme grade, 5 dharmic patterns, perfect grade and 6 dharmic patterns, carnate. I'm sure you know about this by now. Su Zimo nodded. He was a weapon refinement master to begin with and naturally knew a little towards such things. After a brief pause, the old monk took a deep breath. There's another important thing I want to talk about. If you guys are able to advance to nascent soul realm successfully, you'll be able to cultivate your essence spirits. Every single nascent soul has a chance to refine a destiny dharmic weapon that belongs to themselves. Destiny dharmic weapon? Both of them were stunned. Su Zimo asked, what is a destiny dharmic weapon? A destiny dharmic weapon is interlinked with your essence spirit. By refining it day and night with your essence spirit, a tight connection will be made between you and your dharmic weapon over time. It will be like a part of your body. The old monk explained, you will be able to release your greatest strength with a destiny dharmic weapon. Upon hearing this, Su Zimo frowned. Even with that explanation, there was nothing special about destiny dharmic weapons. However, the old monk continued, the true strength of a destiny dharmic weapon lies in the fact that it will become stronger as your cultivation advances. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly, seemingly realizing something. The old monk revealed a look of admiration and nodded. If the dharmic weapon you choose at the start is a superior grade perfected Lord dharmic weapon, by the time you cultivate to void reversion realm, your destiny dharmic weapon will also grow into a Tao being dharmic weapon after the refinement of your essence spirit. Furthermore, it will still be at 3 dharmic patterns superior grade. Indeed. Su Zimo nodded and lamented, that will be incredible. This meant that the grade of a destiny dharmic weapon will not change even as it grows. In other words, if Su Zimo chose a carnate perfected Lord dharmic weapon as his destiny dharmic weapon, by the time he reaches void reversion realm, his destiny dharmic weapon would transform into a Tao being dharmic weapon. However, its grade will still be at carnate. Chapter 637 Entering the Battlefield. Chapter 637 Entering the Battlefield. The old monk said, of course, it will be best if you can get a carnate dharmic weapon as a destiny dharmic weapon. However, perfect or supreme grade dharmic weapons are also acceptable. Su Zimo nodded. Of course, carnate dharmic weapons were way too rare and could only be chanced upon. The old monk continued, other than its rich spirit chi, the intermediate ancient battlefield also contains 2 spirit herbs that have gone extinct in Tianhuang mainland, the spirit-gathering fruit and soul-nourishing blood ginseng. Golden cores face extreme danger while attempting a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. There's the risk of crippling their cultivation or even dying on the spot without any corpse remaining. The spirit-gathering fruit is meant to help golden cores gather their essence spirit while attempting the breakthrough. Only 1 spirit-gathering fruit is required and it's useless to consume more than that. After advancing to nascent soul realm, cultivators will be able to enhance their cultivation speed by consuming the soul-nourishing blood ginseng to nourish their essence spirit and strengthen it. It's a rare spirit material. Naturally, for the soul-nourishing blood ginseng, the more the better. Su Zimo had a rough understanding. Apart from countless opportunities, the intermediate ancient battlefield also had an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources. If he could obtain sufficient benefits from within, his cultivation path in the future would be much smoother. Of course, there's also countless threats in the intermediate ancient battlefield. It's 10 times more dangerous than everything you've experienced in the elementary ancient battlefield. The old monk said sternly, you've made too many enemies so you must be extremely careful. Additionally, demons of Tianhuang mainland will also be in the intermediate ancient battlefield. Demons. Su Zimo froze for a moment. The old monk nodded. After forming their cores, demons will also go on to form their essence spirits. Therefore, they will also enter to fight with you guys for the soul-nourishing blood ginseng and spirit-gathering fruits. At that point, Su Zimo came to a realization. The Yin Spirit section came after the core formation section in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. In reality, yin spirit and the essence spirit of nascent souls were similar. After cultivating their yin spirits, demons become fiend demons and can take on human form and speak in human tongue. In fact, they can even hide their demonic chi such that cultivators won't be able to tell them apart. After cultivating yin spirit, demons were able to control dharmic powers as well. Once released, they would become the legendary demonic techniques. The old monk said, "Ordinary demons are of no threat to you. However, there are vast lands in Tianhuang mainland where the 8 major demon races reside, known as the 8 demon regions. In those 8 regions, there are countless frightening birds and beasts that only stand out after going through endless bloodshed and possessing extraordinary bloodlines. You must be careful. I'll remember them all to heart." Su Zimo nodded. "There's nothing else." The old monk walked down the stone steps and glared at the void before him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he extended his withered palm, slapping the void gently. Boom! A resounding boom exploded in the void. Right in front of Su Zimo and Ming Zhen, the void shattered and caved in, turning into a pitch-black vortex. The vortex connected to an unknown place that gave off an ancient aura. The old monk turned to Su Zimo. "You're planning to leave the North region this time round?" "Yes." Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. With the passing of his eldest brother, he no longer had any attachments to the mortal world. Most of his attachments were now with Xiaoning. Furthermore, there was no place left for him in the North region. If he continued staying here, more people would be implicated. The reason why Su Zimo did not even return to Ethereal Peak when he reappeared was because he did not want the latter to be burdened because of him. The old monk had a benevolent gaze and said warmly, "There's only one thing you need to remember after leaving the North region. If you truly encounter any danger and have nowhere left to run, use the major transference talisman and return here. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely be able to guarantee your safety." Su Zimo pursed his lips in silence and bowed deeply to the old monk. "Go on." The old monk waved his hand. Su Zimo and Ming Zhen exchanged glances and did not hesitate, leaping into the vortex in the void along with the little fox. Su Zimo felt the world spin. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as though his body and soul had separated out of his control. His surroundings were pitch black and he could not see anything. All his senses had vanished. Even his spirit perception felt hazy. The two of them seemed to be traveling through a dark tunnel. Initially, Su Zimo could still rely on his spirit perception to sense the presence of Ming Zhen and the little fox. However, not long later, Su Zimo discovered that Ming Zhen and the little fox had vanished from his spirit perception. Gradually, a spot of light appeared before him, enlarging and turning clearer. His consciousness returned. His body and soul seemed to have recombined. Swoosh! Su Zimo burst out of the light spot and his body descended rapidly. It was a brand new world. Spirit chi was multiple times richer than it was outside. Su Zimo knew that he had already entered the intermediate ancient battlefield. Releasing his spirit perception, Su Zimo put on his guard and surveyed his vicinity. It was vast and empty. Ming Zhen and the little fox had already vanished. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He realized that something had gone off course in the teleportation process and they were separated. A slight deviation in the teleportation could send them hundreds of kilometers apart. Su Zimo was not worried about Ming Zhen. After Di Yin left the old temple, Ming Zhen spent 10 years in the Great Qian ruins, fighting with the otherworldly soldier and undergoing countless brushes with death. Ming Zhen's combat experience had already grown by a lot. Furthermore, he was not weak to begin with and he had even cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus which was previously ranked top 10 in the phenomenon ranking. The little fox was whom Su Zimo was truly worried about. Trying to find a fox in this vast world was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo made a rough gauge of direction before heading towards the center of the ancient battlefield. The spirit chi here was way too rich and spirit herbs and materials could be found everywhere. There were some places where lakes were even conjured out of spirit chi. If everything went smoothly, Su Zimo would definitely be able to reach perfected golden core a year later. Even though his surroundings were filled with lush greenery along the way, he did not encounter any cultivator. Not long after. Suzimo sensed something. In the nearby grass that was taller than a human's height, a demon beast sprawled and glared at him with green, frightening eyes. Suzimo was not bothered and continued advancing. When he passed by the demon beast, the grass moved and the demon beast leaped into the air, lunging towards Suzimo with a berserk-killing intent. Roar! A deafening roar sounded from the depths of the demon beast's throat. If it was any other cultivator, they would be shocked into a daze by that sudden attack and roar, thereby perishing under the claws of the demon beast. However, Suzimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was the greatest demon. That roar had no effect on him at all. Turning slightly, he looked at the incoming demon beast and suddenly spoke with a fake smile. The incoming demon beast froze in midair with a stumped expression. It was completely shock. Chapter 638, Born as a Slave. Chapter 638, Born as a Slave. It was a heaven-bane wolf, a type of ancient remnant beast. Their bodies spanned several dozen feet and they had blood-red fur all over their bodies. Bloodthirsty, most of them traveled solo and they were extremely strong and violent. But now, the eyes of this ancient remnant beast were dazed, it was shocked unconscious. In truth, such a frightening effect couldn't be achieved if it was the damning mantra alone. More than that, it was because Suzimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had extremely strong lungs. With a rich stamina and cleared mouth orifice, his burst power was shocking. No ordinary beast would be able to take a simple roar from him, let alone the burst of damning mantra. Weaker cultivators would die on the spot from the shock. Suzimo reached out with extended fingers and pushed down on the head of the heaven-bane wolf. The man and wolf's figures descended rapidly. Boom! The head of the heaven-bane wolf was crushed into the mud by Suzimo, creating a huge pit almost instantly. Clack, clack. The heaven-bane wolf woke up and struggled endlessly. Its sharp claws dug on the ground like daggers, causing mud to splash as it roared threateningly. All its fur stood on end. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from Suzimo's palm. His hand was pale and smooth, resembling jade, and did not seem like it had ever held any weapons. However, his outstretched fingers pinned the head of the heaven-bane wolf on the spot like a mountain. Suzimo's gaze was cold with a murderous look. Sensing something, the heaven-bane wolf shuddered and stopped struggling. Demon beasts were the sharpest towards danger. Furthermore, it was already sentient by this point of its cultivation and could naturally tell that Suzimo was showing mercy. Suzimo released his palm when he saw the heaven-bane wolf motionless. The heaven-bane wolf panted heavily and raised its head slightly. When it saw the distance between it and this human, the killing intent in its heart returned. Normally, cultivators had weak bodies. Given this distance, it had a 90% chance of success. However, it gave up on that thought in the blink of an eye. Suzimo was expressionless and had a calm gaze. The heaven-bane wolf could vaguely sense that it would be murdered on the spot by this human the moment it behaved abnormally. Suzimo climbed onto the heaven-bane wolf's back and patted its head, pointing towards the depths of the battlefield. Head there. The heaven-bane wolf rose, somewhat reluctantly, and shrugged the mud off itself. It growled deeply and sprinted towards the depths of the battlefield. In its mind, it was willing to listen to this human's arrangements first as long as it was not forced into a blood oath. Riding on the back of the heaven-bane wolf, Suzimo could cultivate in peace. Right now, he was at the peak of late-stage golden core. Given the rich spirit chi in the environment, he was sure that he could sense the opportunity for a breakthrough if he cultivated for a period of time. 10 days later, Suzimo, who was riding on the heaven-bane wolf, woke up from his cultivation in a jolt. His ears twitched and he could vaguely hear the sounds of a fight going on far away with the roars of demon beasts mixed within. Head over there and check things out. Suzimo patted the heaven-bane wolf and pointed in another direction. The heaven-bane wolf sprinted the entire way and arrived before the entrance of a valley before long. There were at least 1,000 demon beasts in the valley surrounding a group of cultivators. The scary thing was that almost all of them were ancient remnant beast. On a mountain peak near the valley stood a mighty lion filled with golden fur. It possessed a divine might and looked down at the valley with eyes that were as large as bells. Golden lion. That was a true blue pure-blooded ferocious beast. Furthermore, Suzimo could sense that this golden lion was extremely strong and had already cultivated to the peak of its inner core. All it needed was one more step for it to become a fiend demon. The Heavenbane wolf looked evidently fearful and wanted to retreat and escape. However, Suzimo's body turned increasingly heavier, as though he was about to force the Heavenbane wolf to sprawl on the ground, and it could only whine in misery internally. With a calm expression, Suzimo swept his gaze across the valley. A green-colored flower bloomed on a cliff in the valley. The flower had a green fruit that was around the size of an infant's fist. It was filled with white dots and carried a faint fragrance. Spirit-gathering fruit. The reason for this conflict should be the spirit-gathering fruit. The old monk had mentioned previously that cultivators were not the only ones who required spirit items such as the spirit-gathering fruit and soul-nourishing blood ginseng. Even demon beasts coveted them. There were males and females on the side of the surrounded party with dozens of corpses beneath their feet. All of the corpses were trampled and had mangled faces. There were more than 10 of them remaining, and all of them were injured. However, they huddled into a group and defended in a structured manner with extraordinary methods to try their best and survive. It was clear that they came from a major sect. The golden lion turned and swept its gaze across Suzimo, seemingly sensing no threat as a look of mockery flashed through its eyes. Roar! The golden lion roared and stomped heavily on the mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled instantly. Countless rocks tumbled down in a terrifying manner. This was truly earth-shaking. The Heavenbane wolf shuddered and turned even more fearful. As though there was an order, the 1,000 remnant beasts slowed down and came to a gradual stop in their attacks. However, those ancient remnant beasts surrounded the remaining cultivators with ferocious gazes and devoured the flesh of the corpses beneath their feet in an incomparably cruel manner with drool all over. The only 2 remaining female cultivators in the group vomited at the sight of that. Those were the corpses of their sect mates. One of them broke down on the spot and howled in tears. The remaining men were equally frightened, trembling with pale faces. Puny humans, do you still want to resist? I'm going to give you a chance. Sign a blood oath with me and turn into my slave. The golden lion spoke in human tongue with a ferocious gaze. When he heard that, Suzimo frowned. In order to control demon beasts and prevent betrayals, cultivators signed blood oaths with them. Suzimo had not expected that demons would make similar blood oaths. These demons wanted to keep humans as slaves instead. The golden lion roared, "It's your honor to become my slaves." In the primordial era, humans were enslaved by the thousands of races. The bloodlines of humans are weak and you're cheap right down to the bones. Your lives are equivalent to grass. All of you are born to be slaves. Born to be slaves. Those words were extremely piercing to Suzimo. It was true that he undertook demonic cultivation. However, he was a human after all. There was contempt in the tone of the golden lion, making Suzimo feel as though he had been teleported back in time to the period where humans were disgraced in the primordial era. The remaining cultivators looked horrified. That was the final warning from the golden lion. If they rejected it, they would be torn into pieces by the 1,000 ancient remnant beasts surrounding them. Although their leader was indignant, he could only sigh. How cocky. Before his words could be said, a mocking voice sounded from outside the valley, interrupting him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes turned to the entrance of the valley. A green-robed cultivator riding on a Heavenbane wolf entered slowly with an indifferent expression and a calm gaze. Chapter 639, Blanketing Sword Formation. Chapter 639, Blanketing Sword Formation. The legs of the Heavenbane wolf shivered against the gazes of 1,000 ancient remnant beasts. At that moment, it could only force itself to head inside reluctantly. Here comes another puny ant. The golden lion sneered coldly when it could not sense any threat from Suzimo. The surviving cultivators that were surrounded looked at Suzimo expectantly. However, they could not help but feel disappointed when they could not sense any spirit energy fluctuation from the green-robed cultivator. Su Zimo carried the Mingwang prayer beads and had remained dormant at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley for 20 years, reciting sutras and studying Buddhism daily. Right now, his bearing was extraordinary and ordinary people were unable to see through him. I'm going to take these humans in as my slaves because their strengths are acceptable. But you're a worthless ant that isn't even qualified to be my mount. The golden lion gazed down with an icy stare at Su Zimo before commanding indifferently, "Kill him, howl." 2 demon beasts that were closest to the entrance of the valley turned around with ferocious gazes. Their inner cores circulated and they lunged towards Su Zimo with surging demonic chi. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag with a calm expression. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 flying swords appeared in midair. The swords buzzed continuously with bright spirit lights. 4 spirit patterns, they were supreme-grade spirit weapons. If this was in the cultivation world, it would be rather remarkable for him to release 2 supreme-grade spirit weapons right away. However, this was the ancient battlefield. Everyone who was qualified and had the capabilities to enter were the paragons and elites of major sects and factions. It was considered normal for them to have a couple of supreme-grade spirit weapons with them. The surviving cultivators exchanged glances and shook their heads disappointedly. He truly has a death wish. If he wants to fight these demon beasts with just those 2 supreme-grade flying swords, it'll be equivalent to an ant trying to shake a massive tree. He looks young. I think he must have gotten famous in his teenage years and is inexperienced and cocky without having experienced setbacks before, sigh. The 2 ancient remnant beasts were expressionless when they saw Su Zimo's flying swords and continued charging at an even faster speed. However, the next moment, their expressions changed. Phew! The 2 flying swords vanished right before everyone and there was only the sound of the void tearing. The 2 ancient remnant beasts felt their hearts skip a beat. Although they were ancient remnant beasts and had tough flesh and skin, the sharpness of a supreme-grade flying sword could still threaten their lives. Poof! Poof! Before the 2 ancient remnant beasts could dodge, a stream of blood spewed from their heads. The 2 flying swords pierced their heads right away. The blood did not even stain the swords as they revolved in midair before returning to Su Zimo. It was too fast. Furthermore, they were traceless. It was as though 2 flying swords had appeared out of thin air to kill the 2 ancient remnant beast. The leader of the survivors, a blue-robed man, murmured softly with widened eyes, "What an impressive sword-wielding technique." In the crowd, the female cultivator who was initially having a breakdown on the ground stopped crying. Her misty eyes widened with shock as she looked at everything. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had learned a wide spectrum of skills. However, all of them were top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills. That sword-wielding technique could only be considered as one of the most basic skills among his methods. Ethereal sword had 3 levels: shadow, void, and ethereal. Right now, Su Zimo has already cultivated it to the ethereal realm. The speed of the flying swords was extremely fast, erratic, and untraceable. Only cultivators with extremely sharp senses would be able to defend against level 3 of ethereal sword. Against these ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo had way too many means of dealing with them. The most simple and crude way was to barge right in with his frightening bloodline and body. No ancient remnant beast could stand in his way at all. However, Su Zimo did not do that. When he heard the Golden Lion's mockery and ridicule, he was insistent on using the methods of immortal cultivators to kill the ancient remnant beasts and suppress that golden liar. With the death of the 2 ancient remnant beasts, dozens more charged over without the need for the Golden Lion to make any orders. This is bad. The blue-robed man shook his head. Although he is skilled in maneuvering his swords, he only has 2 of them. Before his words were finished, he had to swallow them. Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and 25 flying swords appeared in midair. Coupled with the 2 from before, that was a total of 27 flying sword. More than that, the scary thing was that all of them were supreme-grade flying sword. While it was nothing much for a golden core in the ancient battlefield to possess 2 supreme-grade spirit items, it was rather frightening for someone to possess 27 supreme-grade spirit weapon. He has so many flying swords. The surviving cultivators were dumbstruck. None of them had ever seen anyone summon that many flying swords at one go. The 27 flying swords hovered before Suzimo in an orderly manner and flashed with a glaring beam before surging towards the dozens of ancient remnant beast. Phew! Once again, the 27 flying swords vanished. In the blink of an eye, the 27 of them reappeared. At the same time, the ancient remnant beasts that lunged over fell one after another with bloodstreams spurting from holes on their heads. All of them were dead. The blue-robed man's group was shocked. It was extremely difficult to control 27 flying swords to such a precise degree. The most frightening thing was that right from the beginning, there was no emotional fluctuation in the eyes of the green-robed cultivator. It was as though everything happened exactly as he had predicted. Roar! Roar! A commotion broke out among the demon beasts. Although the death of dozens of ancient remnant beasts did not amount to much compared to their massive numbers, they could sense danger exuding from the green-robed cultivator. "You're rather interesting, human. You're worthy of being my mount." The golden lion spoke in human tongue and nodded with confidence. Ha 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 ha. Suzimo reared his head in laughter and 27 flying swords circled and danced before him. "Yellow lion, let's see who is going to be subdued today, you or me. Senior brother Zhu, this man isn't weak. There's a chance we might be saved." The eyes of a beautiful female cultivator at the side shone brightly as she whispered. "It's hard to tell." The blue-robed man shook his head. "By the looks of it, this man is already at his limits controlling 27 flying swords. Don't forget, there's 1,000 demon beasts surrounding us. There's no way this man will be able to defend if they all swarm him together." The beautiful female cultivator raised her brow. "What should we do then? Let's seize the time to recuperate and recover our combat strength as soon as we can. Listen to me order in a bit," the blue-robed man said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Before his sentence was finished, another 100 demon beasts lunged forward. But this time round, the demon beasts were smarter. They split into 3 directions towards Suzimo. A mocking look flashed through Suzimo's eyes as he extended his forward and tapped in front of him. "Go." The 24 of the 27 flying swords split away. Forming groups of 6, the flying swords streaked through the air, leaving sword scars in the void. The expression of the blue-robed man changed as he yelled, "Sword formation. It's a sword formation. Ah. He's a sword formation master." 4 hexagonal sword formations streaked through the air and shone with a dazzling glow. Buzzing loudly with a frosty sword chi, they kept the 100 demon beasts at bay. Poof, poof, poof. A blood mist spewed out. The limbs of many demon beasts flew everywhere and stained the voids red. Chapter 640, Blazing Sunday. Chapter 640, Blazing Sunday sword formation masters were extremely rare and had a unique status in the cultivation world. Although sword formation masters were not considered as sword cultivators, their killing powers were not inferior. In fact, if one could set up a powerful sword formation, it could even go head-on against many golden core phenomenons with ancient legacies without being disadvantaged. Of course, sword formation masters had an obvious disadvantage. Although the speed of setting up sword formations was fast, it could not compare to the speed of releasing spirit arts or secret skills. If they were to meet with top-tier experts, their opponents would strike and defeat them before their sword formations could be set up. The ancient remnant beasts in the valley were clearly not sharp enough yet. The 100 ancient remnant beasts charged over but were minced by the 4 hexagonal sword formations, causing their flesh and blood to splatter in an extremely miserable sight. Roar! The golden lion's expression finally changed as he roared in Suzimo's direction, enraged. The valley quaked and the leaves of the ancient trees scattered one after another. The sight of the fresh blood triggered the remaining ancient remnant beasts entirely. The beasts rumbled and roars reverberated through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts turned around with vicious gazes and sprinted towards Suzimo, ignoring the blue-robed man's group even. Opportunity. The eyes of the blue-robed man lit up as he shouted softly, "Hurry, let's go." Before his words were finished, the blue-robed man leaped into the air and circulated his golden core fanatically, turning into a streak of light to bolt to the other side of the valley. The remaining survivors were stunned and could not react to it. The beautiful female cultivator was even looking at the blue-robed man with a slightly agape mouth in disbelief. She had not imagined that he would do something so lowly. No matter what, the green-robed cultivator was here to help them. However, the blue-robed man took advantage of the moment when the green-robed cultivator was surrounded by the ancient remnant beasts to escape himself. How was that different from a lowly ingrate? What are you guys waiting for? The blue-robed man who was sprinting in midair turned around. When he saw the beautiful female cultivator and the others still standing on the spot, he sneered, "That man's about to be devoured by the group of demons soon. If you miss this chance, all of you can wait to die." A few cultivators who were initially hesitant were evidently moved. Everyone could tell that although the green-robed cultivators' four-sword formations were extraordinarily strong, they were definitely not enough to deal with the rush of the 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts. By the time the green-robed cultivator was ripped into pieces, they would be next in line. Not everyone could be so noble and daring in the face of death. Furthermore, the reason why everyone cultivated was due to the pursuit of longevity. If they were to really die here, they would be left with nothing. A conflicted look flashed through the beautiful female cultivator's eyes, but she still made up her mind and chose not to leave. However, beside her, around 8 of her sect mates soared into the air, wanting to escape from the valley with the blue-robed man. When he saw the decision of the beautiful female cultivator, the blue-robed man could not help but frown and curse internally, truly the epitome of stupidity. Just as the blue-robed man was about to turn around and sprint with all his might, he discovered that his sect mates who soared into the air did not catch up to him. Instead, they were frozen on the spot and trembling. All of them had horrified expressions, as though they had witnessed something extremely terrifying. It was the same for the beautiful female cultivator. Her arm was outstretched and her eyes were filled with fear as she pointed in his direction. There was a damp aura with a hint of blood stench behind him. The blue-robed man's heart sank. He turned around by instinct and sat a demon beast with a murderous aura standing at the mountain peak before him. It had a huge figure and its golden fur danced with a chilling aura as it glared ferociously with widened eyes. It was the golden lion. Unknowingly, the golden lion had already arrived in front of him. Its mouth was opened wide and it had a menacing expression as saliva dripped alongside streams of nauseating breaths. By sprinting with all his might, the blue-robed man had almost sent himself into the mouth of the golden lion. "Ah!" the blue-robed man exclaimed and felt his scalp prickle and legs go limp. It was impossible if he wanted to get away given that distance. Scared out of his wits, the blue-robed man was about to beg for mercy when a mocking look flashed through the golden lion's eyes. Suddenly, it reached out and closed its massive mouth shut. Crack! The blue-robed man was gone. Upon seeing that, the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation to escape fell from midair one after another, frightened with pale expressions. The golden lion munched a couple times, seemingly unsatisfied, and extended its grisly tongue to spit out a few pieces of minced flesh with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The beautiful female cultivator had a terrible expression and nearly threw up. In the blink of an eye, a live person was eaten by that pure-blooded ferocious beast. Am I truly going to die here today? The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator dimmed as she lamented internally. Right then, a sound echoed from the direction of the entrance of the valley. It was ordinary, but it seemed to possess a noble might that could calm one down. Illumination sword formation, transform. Everyone subconsciously looked up. However, dust billowed and their vision was completely blocked by the bodies of the 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts at the front and they could not catch sight of the green-robed cultivator at all. Clang! Clang! All of a sudden, the sounds of swords buzzing reverberated through the world. Sharp streams of light burst into the air one after another. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a series of bedazzling sword lights appeared from the entrance of the valley and illuminated the entire world. 27 flying swords gathered with their tips pointed outwards, forming a circular disc of swords. It was as though a blazing sun had descended upon the valley and released 27 streaks of sword chi. Radiant and domineering, it could tear through the voids and destroy the firmament. The might of the illumination sword formation was way more frightening than the hexagonal sword formation. Poof, poof, poof. A blood mist spewed out. The 1,000-odd ancient remnant beasts rushed up, but they were minced by the illumination sword formation. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere and corpses were strewn. The entire valley was filled with blood. Bang, bang, bang. Countless ancient remnant beasts that did not fear death charged forward, but none of them could go against the illumination sword formation. The sword formation started advancing gradually. When the group of the beautiful female cultivator saw this and heard the sounds of flesh and bone being cut, they were shocked. The ancient remnant beasts were in chaos and were retreating. The green-colored figure reappeared in their line of sight. Riding on the heaven-bane wolf, the green-robed cultivator was heading towards them with a calm expression and deep gaze. The sword formation was gathered right in front of his palm. The green-robed cultivator merely waved his arm casually and the terrifying sword formation danced in midair, mincing and destroying everything in its path. The group of people stared blankly. How was that a sword formation? In the hands of the green-robed cultivator, it was like a blazing sun that was retrieved from above the skies, annihilating all life wherever it passed. A blooded path lined with endless blood, flesh and corpses appeared behind him. Wielding the blazing sun, the green-robed cultivator traveled through the blood, flesh and corpses like a divine being, looking down at everything with an unquestionable might. The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator were fixated with a lost expression. Chapter 641, Subduing Demons. Chapter 641, Subduing Demons. The number of ancient remnant beasts in the valley was decreasing rapidly. Although there were almost 1,000 ancient remnant beasts, they could not deal with the level 3 illumination sword formation. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood were formed. The entire valley seemed to have transformed into a blood-colored purgatory. Finally, some of the ancient remnant beasts could not take it anymore and the ferocity in their eyes dissipated. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, they started fleeing in all directions wildly. The golden lion stood on top of the mountain peak and looked at the puny human with a grim expression. It had finally stopped underestimating the human. This human was strong. That sword formation seemed to possess an extremely ancient power such that even it felt its heart pounding. However, the more that was the case, the more excited the golden lion became as the glint in its eyes shone brighter with a raring battle intent. If he could subdue such a strong human as a slave, it would be worth it to lose those ancient remnant beasts. Roar! The golden lion roared and its blood chi surged, shrouding its body with demonic chi. Descending from the skies, it reached out with its claws and lunged towards the illumination sword formation. Those watching were always clearer at the end of the day. Although the sword formation was mighty, every single flying sword had been tainted by the blood of countless ancient remnant beasts up till this point of the battle, and their sword lights dimmed gradually. The bloodline of ancient remnant beasts was powerful. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons would weaken in strength after being tainted by the demon blood. In fact, supreme-grade spirit weapons could even be destroyed entirely if they were soaked in demon blood for a long period of time. It was evident that the circulation of the illumination sword formation was not as smooth as before. The radius of its sword chi had shrunk considerably and its movement was slightly sluggish. The reason why the golden lion waited till this moment to strike was because it wanted to destroy the illumination sword formation in one move. Boom! There was a deafening noise. The illumination sword formation and the golden lion collided against one another. After a short pause, the sword formation dispersed and 27 flying swords scattered from the skies one after another. All their sword lights had dimmed completely. Everyone who was watching engrossedly could not help but exclaim. They were even more worried than Suzimo was at the sight of the sword formation's destruction. On the other hand, Suzimo was not surprised and his gaze was calm. He put away the 27 flying swords into his storage bag expressionlessly. Once this battle was over, the flying swords could be returned to their original states after wiping away the demon blood on them. The golden lion was sent flying and rolled on the ground before getting up once more. Its claws trembled slightly with an intense pain. Even so, the golden lion's eyes could not conceal their excitement. It had finally managed to destroy that scary sword formation with a full-powered attack. The golden lion reared its head in laughter and shouted, "Useless one, your strongest technique has already been destroyed by me. Ha 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 ha." Strongest technique? Suzimo had an odd expression. The golden lion looked down at Suzimo in the valley with glowing eyes. "If you give up obediently now and sign a blood oath with me, you can suffer less. Otherwise, Fufu." It sneered menacingly and threatened Suzimo directly. "Let me return that statement right at you." Suzimo gave a fake smile and jumped down from the heaven-bane wolf. "Yellow lion, if you sprawl before me obediently to be my mount right now, you can suffer less." The golden lion was enraged. However, the heaven-bane wolf was delighted and howled in joy as it sprinted towards the entrance of the valley. "Useless one, you've made me angry." The golden lion ground its teeth and saliva drooled from its fangs slowly as it snarled word by word, "You had better ask for mercy as soon as possible or I'm going to eat you alive once I change my mind." When he heard that, Suzimo smiled. The golden lion was triggered at the sight of Suzimo smiling and roared. All its fur stood on end and its blood chi surged, causing its body to enlarge completely. "I'm going to eat you up." The golden lion roared. "Humph." Suzimo retracted his smile and extended his palm suddenly, intertwining his fingers to conjure a spirit art before pointing at the golden lion. Swoosh. A wild wind howled and spirit energy surged. The beautiful female cultivators group could clearly feel the spirit chi in the valley converging towards Suzimo's spirit art like a stream of water. It was as though a spirit chi vortex was being formed. What a frightening spirit art. Everyone was shocked. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic palm of spirit energy appeared before Suzimo. Its fingers were outstretched and its palm prints could be seen clearly. That gigantic palm blanketed the skies and pushed down fiercely towards the golden lion. The golden lion's expression changed. It could sense an extremely terrifying aura from the conjured palm. In fact, the palm was clearly suppressing its blood chi. "What is this?" The golden lion circulated its inner core wildly and demonic chi rumbled and circled it. "Ma." Suddenly, a Sanskrit sound boomed in an earth-shaking manner. The golden lion shuddered and its fur fell instantly. Its blood chi dissipated irreversibly and the speed of its inner core's circulation slowed down as well. How could this be? The golden lion was internally shocked. In reality, this was the first time that Suzimo had released the Daming Dharmic Seal together with Daming Mantra after he cultivated Daming True Sutra. At the same time, the reason why this Dharmic Seal had such a clear suppression effect on the golden lion was because it was the Demon Subduing Seal. The Demon Subduing Seal was meant to subdue demons. The ancient remnant beasts at the side who had not managed to escape yet found the blood chi in their bodies dissipating as they sat on the ground limply with frightened expressions. The reason why the golden lion was able to hold on forcibly was because it was a pure-blooded ferocious beast. However, the demon subduing seal was descending right above its head. Bang! Right as the golden lion was about to stand up to go head-on against the spirit energy palm, it was pushed right back down. Against the spirit energy palm, the massive body of the golden lion could only tremble. One had to possess tremendous power if they wanted to subdue demons. The bloodline of the golden lion trickled slowly within its body, unable to flow properly. Thud. The golden lion knelt on the ground with an aggrieved expression. Although it was indignant, its massive head had no other choice than to bow down. Ee. It did not give up and there was a low growl that came from the depths of its throat. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not do anything to the demon-subduing seal. Crack, crack, crack. They were at a stalemate, but the power of the demon-subduing seal was evidently growing stronger. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the bones in the golden lion's body and its body was shrinking repeatedly with its blood chi suppress. The beautiful female cultivators group was dumbstruck. The pure-blooded ferocious beast with a torrential arrogance moments earlier was now pinned on the ground, unable to budge. The green-robed cultivators' methods were truly frightening. The spirit energy palm was still pushing against the golden lion's body. Suzimo strode before the golden lion and said indifferently, "I can spare your life if you become my mount for a period of time." The eyes of the golden lion shone with an endless ferocity as it ground its teeth jarringly. Suzumo's gaze turned cold. Boom. The power of the demon-subduing seal intensified once again. The golden lion gave a dull thud and nearly spat out blood from the pressure. Its organs were being squashed together. It realized that it was going to be killed if it continued to be stubborn. However, the golden lion was aggrieved and indignant. It was a pure-blooded ferocious beast with a noble bloodline from one of the 8 demon regions, Wild Lion Ridge. How could it become a mount for a lowly human? Chapter 642, Bloody Unlucky. Chapter 642, Bloody Unlucky. The golden lion felt itself suffocating from the mounting pressure on its body. It had to make a decision. The golden lion's gaze fluttered and finally, it could not take it any longer and snarled, "I can be your mount, but there can't be a blood oath between you and I." That was its bottom line. As part of the golden lion race, it would be disgraced and humiliated by its tribe if it signed a blood oath with a lowly human. There had been golden lions who signed blood oaths with humans in the past. However, all of those humans were peerless heroes. Even if they were not emperors, they were mighty figures, patriarchs, or even paragons of the generation that looked down on everyone of the same level. While the human before it was well versed in some methods and managed to subdue it by luck, Suzumo was way too skinny in the golden lion's opinion. The golden lion still belittled Suzumo from the bottom of its heart. It made up its mind and sneered, making a final gamble. "Don't sign a blood oath with me if you've got the gut." "Sure." Suzumo nodded. This time round, the golden lion was the one that was stunned. When it said that, it thought that it was going to die. It had not expected Suzumo to agree to it so readily. Did my provocations work? Or is this lad trying to play a trick on me? Everyone had to be wary of anyone that wasn't of the same race as them. If it was in the same position, the golden lion would definitely force Suzumo to sign a blood oath with it. That way, it could save itself the worry of the latter's betrayal in the future. Another situation where a blood oath was not required was if the cultivation realm between both parties was great enough. Minimally 2 major cultivation realms. That way, one party would not be afraid of the other party's betrayal. Rather, the former had the confidence of suppressing the latter if a betrayal were to happen. However, that was a contradictory situation. If Suzumo was a void reversion or Dharma characteristic, there was no need for him to look for a golden core realm spirit demon to sign a blood oath with. As the golden lion's thoughts ran wild, Suzumo released the spirit art and dispersed that mountainous demon subduing seal above it. The golden lion was delighted upon being relieved from its burden. This lad really let me off without a blood oath. Although the golden lion was trying its best to contain its emotions, it was certain about one thing. There was something wrong with the brains of this skinny scholar before it. Ha 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 ha. The golden lion laughed wildly in its heart. He has really let me off. I can leave any time now. Do you really think that I'm going to be your mount? Suzumo dispelled the demon-subduing seal and turned around right away, seemingly unguarded towards the golden lion that was now behind him as he headed towards the spirit-gathering fruit not far away. The spirit-gathering fruit naturally belonged to Suzumo. Initially, the golden lion wanted to leave right away. However, a fierce look flashed through its eyes and killing intent surged as it caught sight of Suzumo's back. If it were to pounce forward right now, the scholar would definitely not be able to react. Even if he could react, the scholar wouldn't be able to release the same spirit art from earlier on in this brief moment and would definitely turn into his food. However, the golden lion hesitated on second thought. No matter what, this scholar had just spared its life. It did not feel comfortable about eating this scholar up like an ingrate. Bloody hell, does that mean that these demon beasts under my charge died for nothing? This lad pinned me on the ground earlier on and my head was almost stuffed into the mud. Am I going to let that off just like this? The more the golden lion thought about it, the angrier it became. This was something it could not endure. It could not let things go just like this. While it was contemplating, Suzumo had already retrieved the spirit-gathering fruit and was heading back. A thought crossed the golden lion's mind. When this lad rides on me, I'll circulate my inner core and enlarge my flesh and tendons, causing him to fly in embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's the way. The more the golden lion thought about it, the more excited it became, and it could not help but smirk. Although Suzimo had plenty of methods, he had not cultivated the Buddhist divine power of telepathy and naturally did not know what was on the golden lion's mind. However, when he saw how creepy the lion looked with that smile, Suzimo frowned and threw out a slap. "What are you smiling so stupidly for? Time to go." With that, he hopped onto the golden lion's back. That single slap stunned the golden lion. It stood frozen on the spot, unable to react. Did this person just slap me? He slapped me. The golden lion was enraged and growled deeply, circulating its inner core wildly to expand its flesh. Demonic chi emanated and its body was about to expand. Suzimo had a calm expression and was sturdy as a mountain as a mocking look flashed through his eyes. Thump! Before anyone could see what Suzimo did, the golden lion was sprawled onto the ground with dust flying all over once more. The golden lion groaned in pain. It felt like its spine was nearly snapped by that seemingly skinny scholar. The legs of the scholar clasped on both sides of its ribs like indestructible iron pillars, and it could not free its body at all. How could it send the scholar flying when it was already close to suffocating from the pressure? Impossible. The golden lion yelled internally in disbelief. How could this skinny scholar possess such a frightening amount of physical strength? Right then, the scholar leaned down close to its ears and whispered, "Be obedient and don't try anything funny." The scholar placed his palm on its head and stroked while saying. Although the action seemed gentle, the golden lion shuddered and felt chills run down its spine. It could clearly feel the scholar's fingernails protruding slightly and gliding across its scalp. His fingernails were even sharper than knives. It had no doubt that if the scholar exerted strength, 5 holes would definitely appear on its head. The golden lion wanted to cry. It had finally realized that this scholar was not a fool, he was just sufficiently strong. He was so strong that he could suppress it at any moment even without a blood oath. "Let's go." Suzimo's voice sounded. Suddenly, the golden lion felt its body turn lighter, as though a massive ton of weight had disappeared. However, that scholar was still riding on it. Where did this monster incarnate come from? I'm bloody unlucky. The golden lion sighed internally and realized that it was futile to struggle. Instantly, it turned listless and strode to the exit of the valley. In the wild lion ridge, it was considered as a ferocious beast with status. When it entered the ancient battlefield, it intended to defeat all the paragons of the human race and look down on all demons, displaying its might and gaining fame throughout the world. To think that it would suffer such a huge loss a few days after it entered. And now, there was no need for it to defeat the paragons of the human race anymore, as it could only be a mount obediently. What the golden lion was most worried about was encountering demon beast acquaintances in the ancient battlefield later on. If those demon beasts saw this, it would truly be embarrassed and the golden lion race would be disgraced as well. At that thought, the golden lion's eyes turned misty out of sorrow. "Senior sister, take a look. That lion was beaten up so badly that it's weeping," a cultivator at the side said softly. When it heard that, the golden lion's expression darkened and it stumbled, almost puking out blood. "Hold steady," Suzimo scolded. Piak. Once again, a slap landed on its head. This time round, the golden lion was truly on the brink of tears. Chapter 643, Southern Dual Sect. Chapter 643, Southern Dual Sect. Naturally, no outsider could understand the power struggle between the man and the lion. Everyone could not imagine that the pure-blooded ferocious beast had been completely subdued in this short period of mounting it as well. As Suzimo approached slowly riding on the golden lion, a cultivator looked at the beautiful female cultivator at the side and whispered, "Senior sister, should we head up and thank him?" The beautiful female cultivator had a lost gaze and was first frozen upon hearing that. Immediately after, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of panic as she nodded with blushed cheeks. Of course. The way she looked at the green-robed cultivator was different. Everyone was cultivators who had cultivated for dozens and hundreds of years. Naturally, all of them could see it and understood internally as well. The beautiful female cultivator's name was Tang Shiyun. She was famous in their sect and was the de facto #1 beauty. Coupled with her extraordinary talent and powerful strength, she was a shining crown jewel of her generation. It would be a lie to claim that all the male cultivators of the same sect present were perfectly fine without any envy after noticing Tang Shiyun's intentions. However, everyone was also clear after this battle. The green-robed cultivator was indeed a rare paragon with a distinguished bearing. He seemed scholarly, but every single move of his had an overwhelming dominance that was admirable. Tang Shiyun took a deep breath and approached Su Zimo, bowing with cupped fists before saying gently, "I am Tang Shiyun of Southern Dual Sect. Thank you for your life-saving grace, fellow Daoist." Su Zimo paused in his tracks and turned to look at Tang Shiyun indifferently. Tang Shiyun's head was lowered slightly, revealing a slender and smooth neck. Trickles of sweat sparkled down her neck with a charming allure. It would be exaggerated to claim that she fell in love with Su Zimo at first sight. However, at that moment, Tang Shiyun's heart was truly pounding in an unstoppable manner. She felt as though everyone could hear her heart and did not dare to look at Su Zimo in the face. In reality, she could not be blamed either. If any other girl were to be rescued from the brink of death by someone who killed off all threats in his path and subdued all demons with such overbearing methods, they would also be flustered. "It's nothing." Su Zimo replied indifferently before patting the golden lion. The golden lion understood his intentions and ignored Tang Shiyun's group before continuing towards the exit of the valley. Tang Shiyun lowered her head instinctively only to catch sight of a fading green-colored figure. She could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. Standing rooted on the spot, she bit her cherry lips and hesitated for a long time as she stared at that shrinking green figure. Finally, she made a decision and chased in pursuit with light steps. The survivors from Southern Dual Sect followed hurriedly as well. "Fellow Daoist, please wait up," Tang Shiyun shouted. The figure at the front paused. Delighted, Tang Shiyun hastened even more. Before long, she caught up to the figure, panting slightly. "Is there anything?" Su Zimo turned around with a questioning look. Earlier on, Tang Shiyun did not leave when he was fighting the ancient remnant beasts. Her actions gave him a decent impression of this woman. Otherwise, he would have left much earlier on without stopping. Tang Shiyun tried her best to compose herself as she looked at Su Zimo's refined features and smiled. "I don't know your name and sect or faction. After all, you are our benefactor. I need to know where to find you if I ever want to repay the debt in the future." Su Zimo smiled lukewarmly. "It's too much to call me a benefactor. I merely passed by coincidentally and did it for the spirit-gathering fruit as well." Tang Shiyun's cheeks flushed, be it because she was rushing earlier on or some other reasons, and asked again, "You haven't said your name, fellow Daoist?" "My name?" Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. "I am Su Zimo, I've got no sect or faction." At the same time, he focused his gaze on Tang Shiyun's expression. There were not many changes to her expression. It was the reaction one would expect upon hearing the name of a stranger. Su Zimo nodded silently. It seemed like Southern Dual Sect should not be from the North region. There were few cultivators in the North region who had not heard of the name Su Zimo. "Fellow Daoist Su, where are you headed? If it's convenient, can we travel together?" Tang Shiyun invited with sincerity. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. His first instinct was to decline. When Tang Shiyun saw Su Zimo raising his brow, she knew that things would most likely not go her way as she added hurriedly, "Many living beings have awoken from their slumber and entered the ancient battlefield. At the same time, there are also ferocious beasts from the 8 demon regions. This place is extremely treacherous and if we travel together, we can help one another." At that point, Tang Shiyun felt a little embarrassed. After all, from Su Zimo's display of strength earlier on, he truly did not require their help. After pondering for a moment, Tang Shiyun continued, "Southern Dual Sect is one of the upper sects of the South region. Although we can't compare to you in terms of combat strength, we can still offer some help. Furthermore, senior brother Zhu is alone outside, but he must be rushing over here upon receiving our spirit crane sent for help." "That's right, We won't be defeated so badly if Senior Brother Zhu was here with us, the cultivators at the side. Senior Brother Zhu is strong and is a paragon listed on the previous phenomenon ranking. If he was around, these beasts wouldn't have been able to get this cocky. Another Southern Dual Sect cultivator snarled and glared at the golden lion Su Zimo was mounted on with hateful eyes. Initially, the golden lion was listless and dispirited. However, upon sensing hostility, it turned around furiously and opened its mouth, roaring at the person with an aggressive stance primed to lunge. Roar. The mountains and forests shook. The Southern Dual Sect shuddered out of fear and wanted to retreat instinctively with a pale face. However, his legs went limp and he fell onto the ground. Ha 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 ha. The golden lion reared its head in laughter with a mocking gaze. Although it was subdued by Su Zimo, its might was still existent. It did not mean that it would allow anyone to trample on it. After all, the golden lion was a pure-blooded ferocious beast and was innately feral, unable to be tamed. Ashamed, the Southern Dual Sect cultivator's expression turned even more vengeful. This time round, Su Zimo did not lecture it. Instead, he was gazing at the distant horizon in deep thoughts. Suddenly, a robust swoosh sounded from the horizon. An extremely powerful aura sped over rapidly and the sound of clothes fluttering cut through the air like a streak of lightning. Senior Brother Zhu. Senior Brother Zhu is back. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was excited and exclaimed. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and was not surprised. He had already noticed activity from the area before the sound was heard. Indeed, this cultivator with the surname Zhu definitely had some capabilities to be able to tread alone in the ancient battlefield. Moreover, there were at least millions or more golden cores that entered this place. However, there were only a total of 108 spots on the golden core phenomenon ranking. Anyone that could occupy a spot was definitely extraordinary. Chapter 644, And If I Refuse? Chapter 644, And If I Refuse? The newcomer had a sharp face and a robust figure with huge bones. Wearing a set of black robes, he arrived with the wind seemingly effortlessly with a tremendous aura. A casual glance from Su Zimo was enough to tell that the black robes were far from simple. The surface of the robes was dotted with stars that seemed like they were sewn on, and they even shone faintly in a dazzling manner. If an enemy was unprepared during a fight and the stars on the robes shone brightly, their eyes would be impacted and they would be flustered. Naturally, the robes posed no threat to Su Zimo. He had cultivated illumination eye and looked at the rise and set of the blazing sun daily. Naturally, those specks of starlight would not faze him. The black-robed cultivator had a sharp gaze and his expression darkened after he swept his gaze at Tang Shiyun's group. This is Senior Brother Zhu Yu. Tang Shiyun said to Su Zimo first before declaring, Senior Brother Zhu, this is fellow Daoist Su. It's all thanks to him that we were saved. Zhu Yu's gaze landed on Su Zimo. At first glance, this person seemed way too ordinary. Wearing a common set of green robes, his features were refined and he did not carry any sect badge on his waist. More than a cultivator, the first impression this man gave off was of a weak scholar. Most of the time, the strength of a cultivator would be displayed in their aura. Some people had auras so powerful that they could shock everything without making a move. Some people had fierce gazes that could fill the air with a blood stench at a single glance. However, in Zhu Yu's eyes, Su Zimo was truly ordinary. The only thing that surprised him was the lion beneath Su Zimo. It was golden all over and seemed like it was from the golden lion race. However, golden lions were usually much tougher than this lion. This lion seemed listless and dispirited without the dominance and ferocity of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Its bloodline should be mixed with some other trash breed. The thought crossed Zhu Yu's mind and he did not think too much about it. Zhu Yu glanced once at Su Zimo and asked deeply without the intention of greeting the latter, what happened? Cultivators of Southern Dual Sect headed up and recounted everything that happened in the valley. Zhu Yu's expression turned increasingly darker. Southern Dual Sect had sent 100 cultivators for this trip, but now, there were only less than 20 of them. It was a severe loss. However, the ancient battlefield had only just started. As though he suddenly recalled something, Zhu Yu scanned the group and asked coldly, "Where's my younger brother?" He was eaten by that golden lion. The cultivator that was scared earlier on blurted hurriedly, seizing this rare opportunity as he glared at the golden lion hatefully. The golden lion shrugged its head fearlessly. If Suzimo was not riding on its back, it would have lunged forward a long time ago to rip this guy called Juyu apart. Suzimo raised his brow. In that case, it meant that the blue-robed man who tried to escape alone earlier on was Juyu's younger brother. Juyu spun around and glared at Suzimo and the golden lion mount with a murderous look. Tang Shiyun's expression changed slightly. The tension in the atmosphere had dipped to a freezing point. "Senior brother Zhu, please calm down." Tang Shiyun said hurriedly, "Fellow Daoist Su is our benefactor and this has nothing to do with him. Furthermore, Zhu Wei was the one who abandoned us and tried to run away alone while fellow Daoist Su was fighting. That was the reason why he was eaten." When Juyu saw how close Tang Shiyun was to Suzimo coupled with her clear intention of defending the latter, his expression turned darker and his killing intent deepened. "Fu." Juyu sneered and asked, "So you mean that my brother deserved to die?" "No, that's not what I meant. It's just that." Tang Shiyun was anxious and wanted to explain but she did not know how to start. Instead, she could only turn to Suzimo in a pleading manner. Suzimo had a nonchalant expression and said in a leisurely manner, "In my opinion, your brother truly deserved to die." The moment he said that, everything went silent. Complete silence. "What did you say?" Juyu's spirit energy surged and his eyes shone with a sharp killing intent. "No." Tang Shiyun moved and stood between the two of them, saying nervously on the brink of tears, "Senior brother Zhu, fellow Daoist Su, please don't fight. This is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Juyu smiled darkly and said with a chilling tone, "The death of my brother is a misunderstanding? Can I kill him right now and say that it's a misunderstanding too? Senior brother Zhu, this had nothing to do with fellow Daoist Su at all. He was the one who stood in to save us." Tang Shiyun tried her best to explain things. "Please calm down, both of you." A cultivator of Southern Dual Sect tried persuading as well. "Senior brother Zhu, fellow Daoist Su, a fight between the two of you will only lead to severe losses on both parties. There's no point to that." When it heard the phrase severe losses on both parties, the golden lion could not help but stifle a chuckle. It looked at Juyu like it was looking at a retard. How ignorant. In truth, right from the beginning, Suzimo had not been agitated at all. He was indifferent and there were no emotions in his eyes. Fu. Juyu laughed sinisterly with a dark expression before saying coolly, "I can heed the suggestions to not attack, sure. However, who is going to pay for my brother's life?" The Southern Dual Sect cultivator caught sight of the snickering golden lion and a thought crossed his mind as he pointed to it. "Senior brother Zhu Wei was eaten by that lion. Let's kill it and have it pay with its life." Tang Shiyun was delighted as well and looked at Suzimo instinctively. After all, he was unrelated to that golden lion and it was merely a demon beast that he had just subdued without even a blood oath. This compromise on both parties was the best way to resolve this matter. "All right." Juyu's lips curled as he glared at Suzimo coldly. "Since my juniors sought mercy for you, I'll spare your life for now and kill that beast beneath you first." Suzimo smiled and asked indifferently, "And if I refuse?" The situation that had toned down a moment earlier turned intense once more. Both their gazes clashed in midair with sparks flying. In truth, in Suzimo's heart, that cultivator named Zhu Wei deserved to die. When he appeared to fight the demons, that person chose to take advantage of the situation and escape instead of helping out. There was nothing to pity about the death of someone like that. Even if the golden lion did not devour him alive, Suzimo would have chased after that person and killed him personally. However, given Suzimo's character, he could not be bothered to explain about such things. If that person was killed, so be it. The reason why he cultivated was to gain clarity of mind and peace in his actions. There was no need for him to have such hesitations. That was the reason why the only reply he had when those thoughts crossed his mind was, "And if I refuse? What can you do to me if I refuse to relent?" His display of strength was shuddering. In that instant, Juyu felt his vision blur, as though the refined scholar had just bared menacing fangs at him all of a sudden. Zhu Yu experienced a hallucination. It was as though that scholar could eat him alive. Chapter 645, Lesson. Chapter 645, Lesson. Zhu Yu shrugged his head to try and shake that thought out of his mind. He gazed at Su Zimo once more. The fangs and shuddering aura he experienced earlier had vanished, and that man was merely riding on the back of the golden lion, silently looking like a weak scholar. It was as though a single gust of wind could blow him over. So, you're relying on your status as a sword formation master as your trump card? Zhu Yu raised his head slightly and gradually said with a menacing gaze, "Let me tell you, in the ancient battlefield, only cultivators who can cultivate golden core phenomenons can protect themselves. The true paragons are those who make it into the phenomenon ranking." Before his words were finished, Zhu Yu's golden core was already circulating wildly. The spirit energy in his body was rich and torrential. It was clear that he was already at perfected golden core realm. Against the power of a phenomenon, your sword formations and spirit arts are worthless. The killing intent in Zhu Yu's eyes seemed to materialize as he snarled word by word, "If you don't make way, I'll kill you first." Boom. A deafening boom echoed from the ground before his words were even finished. Su Zimo leaped down from the golden lion and stomped on the ground heavily, bolting towards Zhu Yu like an arrow. A deep footprint extended outwards with cracks from where he was initially standing. It was too fast. Everyone merely felt their visions go blur before Su Zimo vanished from the spot. Pest. Zhu Yu's expression changed starkly. A terrifyingly shuddering aura was surging towards him from the void ahead, almost suffocating him. Buzz. The stars on Zhu Yu's robes shone brightly with a series of glimmers. However, the light had no effect on the attacker. "Southern Dual Star!" Zhu Yu shouted. His voice broke off. Su Zimo had already arrived before him in an instant, grabbing his throat with outstretched fingers and lifting him from the spot. Zhu Yu could not even breathe, let alone speak. Zhu Yu's golden core phenomenon was destroyed before it could even be released. With a cold gaze, Su Zimo gripped tighter on Zhu Yu's throat and swung left and right gently. A series of weird sounds echoed from Zhu Yu's body, creaking and popping. Zhu Yu's expression was horrendous and he felt as though his bones were about to break apart. All his blood chi and spirit energy had dissipated and he no longer possessed any strength. He could not even maintain his grip on the flying sword he took out from his storage bag as it fell to the ground. The entire process happened in less than a breath. Everyone was stunned and dumbstruck. To everyone, it was as Zhu Yu had said, although Su Zimo's sword formation and spirit arts were strong, they could not go against golden core phenomenons. Nobody expected this outcome in a fight between the two of them. Nobody expected Zhu Yu to suffer such a swift and tragic defeat. In Su Zimo's hands, Zhu Yu's mighty figure was like a duckling, struggling helplessly in midair with flaying legs. Even the golden lion was shocked. In its mind, there was no doubt that Zhu Yu would be defeated. However, it had not expected that Zhu Yu would be suppressed without even being able to let out a fart. More than that, the thing that terrified it was Su Zimo's burst speed. The two of them were a full 10 feet apart. Even if it released its bloodline and attacked with its full power, it would not be able to match that speed. The Golden Lion's regard for Su Zimo's strength had been raised by yet another level. You're not wrong, golden core phenomenons can be considered as the epitome of spirit arts and are the strongest means available to golden cores. Su Zimo looked at Zhu Yu's suffocating purple face and smiled gently. However, that's only if you're able to release it. Zhu Yu could not speak at all, and the best he could do despite his greatest struggle was a weird sound. Let go of senior brother Zhu. Fellow Daoist Su, hurry and let go or don't blame us for being nasty. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect brought out their spirit weapons and shouted. Maintaining his grip on Zhu Yu's throat, Su Zimo turned around and grazed his gaze past everyone from Southern Dual Sect like a sharp dagger before asking coolly, "You guys want to attack me?" Everyone felt their hearts skip a beat and did not dare to meet his gaze. Some of them were even so rattled that a single glance from Su Zimo caused them to retreat half a step and tremble from head to toe. "Don't!" Tang Shiyun was alarmed. She was way too familiar with the look in Su Zimo's eyes. This was the same look he had when he looked at the ancient remnant beasts in the fight earlier on. It was a sign that he was about to commit a massacre. Tang Shiyun came before everyone from Southern Dual Sect and said darkly, "Keep your weapons. Have all of you forgotten that we would all be dead by now if not for fellow Daoist Su's help earlier on? Are you going to point your weapons at our benefactor right after you get out of danger?" Everyone from Southern Dual Sect exchanged glances embarrassedly and did not dare to reply, putting away their spirit weapons hurriedly. When Su Zimo saw that, the killing intent in his eyes lessened considerably. His killing intent was truly triggered earlier on. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect had already forgotten that he was the one who saved their lives. "If I can save your lives, I can naturally kill all of you." Tang Shiyun hurried before Su Zimo. "Fellow Daoist Su, they were only reckless out of emotions. Please don't take it to heart." Su Zimo remained silent and did not reply. However, Tang Shiyun could clearly tell that the scary look in Su Zimo's eyes had faded gradually before vanishing. "Fellow Daoist Su, please spare Senior Brother Zhu's life," Tang Shiyun said. Although Senior Brother Zhu was in the wrong, it was because he lost control of himself due to the death of a close kin. That was the reason why he attacked you. In truth, that was also the reason why Su Zimo did not kill Zhu Yu immediately. He had just experienced the pain of losing a kin and could naturally empathize with that feeling. Otherwise, he would have crushed Zhu Yu's throat a long time ago just for the fact that the latter possessed a killing intent towards him. Zhu Yu's face was already purplish with bulging eyes and a tongue that stuck out. His consciousness was hazy by now. "Fellow Daoist Su, thank you for saving the lives of everyone from Southern Dual Sect, but please spare Senior Brother Zhu's life. Although he was in the wrong, I don't think it was severe enough to render his death." Tang Shiyun was about to kneel down as she spoke. "I guarantee you that from this day forth, no matter what happens in the ancient battlefield, Southern Dual Sect will definitely try our best to assist you, fellow Daoist Su." Naturally, Su Zimo could sense the sincerity in Tang Shiyun. Furthermore, he had no intention of killing Zhu Yu to begin with, he merely wanted to teach the latter a lesson. "There's no need for that." Su Zimo waved his robes and prevented Tang Shiyun from kneeling. At the same time, he relinquished his grip. Zhu Yu fell to the ground limply and gasped in huge breaths with wheezing sounds, as though he wanted to consume every single bit of air in the universe. Tang Shiyun was overjoyed. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect heaved a breath of relief and swarmed forward as well. Some people took care of Zhu Yu while some of them bowed deeply to Su Zimo. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Su." Chapter 646, News of Glass Palace. Chapter 646, News of Glass Palace. Su Zimo returned to the back of the Golden Lion, prepared to leave. Tang Shiyun bit her cherry lips and bolstered her guts, saying with cupped fists, "Fellow Daoist Su, the skies are dark now and we've got to find a resting place. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, shall we travel together? We can look after one another at the same time." In the ancient battlefield, the night was home to countless demon beasts and variant species of living beings. This was a place which opened up once every 100 years. Flora grew wildly and fauna treaded overwhelmingly. Many powerful living beings would awake from their slumber. For most cultivators, traveling in the ancient battlefield at night was equivalent to having a death wish. Naturally, Su Zimo had nothing to fear about that. He was just about to decline when Tang Shiyun spoke again. "I know that there's an ancient city near here where many cultivators use as a resting place. It takes around a day to get there by foot." In the ancient battlefield, there were many ancient cities left behind from the ancient era and could be used to defend against ferocious beasts. If powerful sects or factions were to guard the ancient cities, they could even defend against the rush of most beast stampede. Tang Shiyun commented, "Furthermore, I heard that Glass Palace has occupied that ancient city all these years." When he heard that, Su Zimo raised his brow slightly, seemingly moved. Tang Shiyun was delighted when she noticed that and said hurriedly, "Glass Palace is one of the Immortal sects and is the strongest body-tempering supersects in the cultivation world. Their legacy disciples can even take on ferocious beasts barehanded. With that super sect guarding the ancient city, there would definitely not be any danger. Initially, Su Zimo had no interest in the ancient city at all. But he changed his mind upon the mention of Glass Palace. Back in Tianhuang mainland, he mentioned that he was going to make Glass Palace pay by blood for the massacre of 13 cities of Yang country. Su Zimo nodded. All right, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. It's fine, there's no trouble. Tang Shiyun replied ecstatically. On the other end, Zhu Yu's panting had already calmed down gradually. He was not injured to begin with and had already recovered after this short period of rest. However, his expression darkened as he listened to the conversation between Su Zimo and Tang Shiyun. He lowered his head and covered his appearance with his long hair. His eyes shone coldly and a thought swam through his mind endlessly. Right now, he had two choices. The first was to endure everything for the time being and look for another opportunity after understanding more about this person. The second was to strike now and release his golden core phenomenon with his full power without giving this man a chance to get close. After a long hesitation, Zhu Yu chose not to attack in the end. He could not figure out if Su Zimo had any trump cards still. If he were to attack now and that man had unrevealed trump cards, more than his face, he would lose his life instead. Su Zimo's gaze had been flickering casually past Zhu Yu from time to time. Zhu Yu did not know at all that he had just barely escaped death's door. He thought that he had concealed himself well. However, what he did not know was that Su Zimo's spirit perception was way too frightening and the latter had sensed every single bit of his hostility. If he had made any unusual movements, he would have been dead by now. The skies were dark and night had already arrived. Let's go and find a place to rest for the night. Su Zimo patted the golden lion beneath him. Go and look for one. Okay. The golden lion replied listlessly. As a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it naturally knew best as to where was comparatively safer in the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, it had just been subdued by Su Zimo as a mount and was thoroughly embarrassed. It wanted nothing more than to avoid other demon beasts. Therefore, the golden lion carried Su Zimo and sprinted at the front. Everyone else from Southern Dual Sect followed close behind. Not long after, they arrived beneath a mountain peak and located a cave. The golden lion stood at the cave's entrance and its cold eyes widened. Twitching its ears, it sniffed into the cave to check if there were other living beings. Go on it, it's empty. Before it could detect anything, Su Zimo already patted it on the head. Su Zimo had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and was much sharper than the golden lion in terms of eyesight, hearing, or smell. The golden lion entered warily with slight disbelief. After taking a spin around, it discovered that there was truly nothing. There were many turns in the cave, but it was linked from the front and back with 2 exits. It was better that way as well. If they truly met with an ambush, there would be an escape. Su Zimo said, "You guys can rest near the entrance here. I'll take the entrance at the back mountain. Once day breaks, we'll set off from this place." All right. Tang Shiyun nodded. After mulling for a moment, Tang Shiyun pulled Su Zimo alone to a corner and whispered, eyeing the golden lion nearby, "Fellow Daoist Su, you didn't sign a blood oath with this golden lion. Isn't that way too careless?" Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. When she saw the nonchalant attitude of Su Zimo, Tang Shiyun reminded again, "It's a pure-blooded ferocious beast after all. Although it's submitting to you for the time being, it has a feral nature. You should keep a distance away from it while asleep or it might betray and kill you. Got it?" Su Zimo could tell that Tang Shiyun was saying it out of goodwill and nodded in agreement, embarrassed to correct her. Thereafter, he left the place with the golden lion and arrived at the back entrance after many turns. The night got darker. Outside the cave, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed everywhere. From time to time, there would be hurried and piercing screeches from birds. The scuttling sounds of ants and insects crawling was even more unnerving. The golden lion was sound asleep and drooled all over. Su Zimo placed his arms behind his back as a pillow and closed his eyes motionlessly, maintaining the same position. For hours passed and it seemed like he was fast asleep. All of a sudden, the golden lion turned around without any sound in the silence and opened its eyes slowly. Those eyes were bright without any bit of drowsiness in them. It had not slept the entire time. They would arrive at the ancient city where cultivators gathered the next day, and it would no longer have a chance to escape. Therefore, tonight was its only chance. The golden lion stared at Suzimo, who was fast asleep not far away, and hesitated for a moment, lamenting to itself internally, "Forget it, I'll spare your life tonight on account that you didn't force me to sign a blood oath." Rising slowly, the golden lion tiptoed towards the entrance. Before it could leave, a voice sounded in the cave. "Where are you going?" The golden lion jumped, and its fur stood in shock. It did not dare to turn back at all and replied with a quivering voice, "To take a piss outside." There was no more sound behind, and it seemed like it had permission to do so. Feeling relieved, the golden lion tried its best to compose itself and walked out of the entrance calmly. It arrived beside a stone slab and stood as though it was pissing while looking back at the cave. It was dark inside and silent without any activity. "H, you really believed that I was going to take a piss?" The golden lion sneered and lamented internally, "I'm still the smarter one after all. I'll be long gone by the time you realize what's happening." Just as it turned around and was about to leave, it looked upwards by instinct. On an ancient tree not far away, a green-robed scholar sat on a branch with bright eyes, swinging his legs idly while looking down at it with a fake smile. "Holy shit, motherfucker." The golden lion fell on its bum in shock and in its nervousness, spoke in human tongue with some funky words it had learned. Chapter 647, Baited. Chapter 647, Baited. Deep at night. Beasts roared and birds screeched. In the ancient battlefield, these various sounds intertwined and filled the world. At the top of a towering mountain peak that was hazy with countless ancient trees, there were many powerful ferocious beasts coexisting. However, the strange thing was that it was completely silent throughout the entire mountain. In the leafy forests, pairs of green beast eyes appeared, gazing at the top of the mountain with fear. Two figures stood on the mountain peak. One of them was tall, and although it looked humanoid, it was not wearing any clothes and it was covered with fur all over its body and face. Its arms were extremely long and slumped down naturally, extending to its knees. It was clearly a demon beast. The demon beast with long fur had a dark expression and stood on top of the mountain peak, gazing at an ancient city with a bloodthirst in the depths of its eyes. The other figure looked extremely strong with muscles that looked like steel. Covered with black and yellow stripes, it had a tiger's head and its eyes shone fiercely. The demon with the tiger head turned to look at the demon beast with long fur and whispered, "Boss, this ancient city withstood the test of time and is still standing right now. There's also many cultivators guarding over it. It's probably going to be difficult to take it down. You're afraid?" The demon beast with long fur asked with a bloodlust in its eyes. "No." The tiger-headed demon shuddered and shook its head. A moment later, the tiger-headed demon asked once more, "Boss, when are we attacking?" "Hold on, he hasn't arrived." The demon beast with long fur shook its head. "What if he doesn't come?" "He will definitely come." With that said, the demon beast with long fur turned around and opened its mouth, letting out a deafening howl towards the forests beneath the mountain. The ancient trees swayed and countless demons dispersed. Morning. Suzimo rode on the golden lion and arrived at the front entrance of the cave. The golden lion looked listless and its eyes were even more lost than they were the previous day. It was almost scared to death by Suzimo the previous night and spent the rest of the night jittery, not daring to fall asleep. Now that it had to be awake this early, how could it have any energy left? Of course, the greatest blow it received was mentally. In its opinion, the only way it could leave now was if the scholar was compassionate enough to permit it to leave. Otherwise, it would have to become a mount for this scholar for the rest of its life. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect had reddened eyes and was drowsy as well. Although this cave was extremely secluded, none of them dared to sleep when they heard the activity outside and spent the night fearfully awake. Suzimo was the only one who was energetic and seemed like he had a good rest. He cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his breathing and expiration was conducted even when he was asleep without being affected. Zhu Yu glanced at Suzimo without saying anything. Tang Shiyun smiled and nodded in Suzimo's direction. Everyone arranged themselves and under Tang Shiyun's lead, headed for the ancient city. Along the way, Tang Shiyun traveled beside Su Zimo and was extremely curious about him. Fellow Daoist Su, which region did you come from? North region. Oh, we're from the South region. The South and North regions are separated by millions of kilometers. If not for the ancient battlefield, we might not have had the chance to meet. This can be considered as affinity too. Zhu Yu followed behind the two of them silently with a darkened expression. Tang Shiyun said, "Ah, right. Glass Palace is from the North region as well. You must have heard of them, fellow Daoist Su?" "Yes, we've had some interactions before," Su Zimo replied. When he heard that, Zhu Yu stifled a chuckle. "Fellow Daoist Su, be careful of biting your tongue when you brag. Glass Palace is one of the Immortal sects. Since you aren't affiliated to any sect or faction, how can you be qualified to interact with them? That's not for sure." Afraid of another conflict between the two of them, Tang Shiyun added hurriedly. Su Zimo smiled without replying. Along the way, the group encountered many human corpses on the vast plains. Their flesh was not dried up yet and looked horrifying. Those humans seemed to have died the previous night. Most cultivators who could not find a place to hide or a city with humans before nightfall would find themselves dead. Cultivators slew demons and demons devoured humans as well. That was the cruelty of the ancient battlefield where ferocious beasts roamed. At evening, a row of dark, ancient city walls finally came into view at the horizon ahead. A vicissitude city gradually enlarged in everyone's eyes. When they approached, they could see cultivators standing on top of the city walls with cold expressions and sharp gazes. Wearing the same attire, it was clear that they were from the same sect. On the city wall above the city gates, a triangular flag was erected with a massive word etched on it, glass. Dozens of Glass Palace cultivators stood on both sides of the city gates. When Su Zimo's group arrived, the city gates were about to close and the Glass Palace cultivators urged impatiently. One of the city gates guards glared at the group from Southern Dual Sect and extended his palm, remarking without emotions, 20 soul-nourishing blood ginsengs per person. What? Isn't it 10? Why did it double? Everyone from Southern Dual Sect could not help but argue. Tang Shiyun raised her brow as well, whispering to Su Zimo, "Normally, they collect 10 soul-nourishing blood ginsengs from each person as an entrance fee into the city. For some reason, the price has doubled. What are you complaining about?" A guard remarked coldly with an icy expression, "The city gates are about to close. If you don't have them, stay outside the city." When they heard that, the hearts of everyone from Southern Dual Sect sank. Keeping all of them outside at this moment would be equivalent to sending them to their death. Zhu Yu tidied his attire and headed front, saying deeply, "I am Zhu Yu from Southern Dual Sect. I wonder if an exception can be made." Southern Dual Sect, one of the 108 upper sects. "Zhu Yu, someone from the previous phenomenon ranking?" Two guards asked with a frown. "That's right," Zhu Yu declared proudly. The two Glass Palace cultivators exchanged glances and nodded. "All right, 10 soul-nourishing blood ginsengs from you will do. The rest will still have to pay 20. They had to give some respect for any cultivators on the Golden Core phenomenon ranking since these were true paragons. When Zhu Yu saw the firm attitude of the two guards, he did not push further and nodded. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was exasperated and could only hand over the soul-nourishing blood ginseng that they had risked their lives for in the past few days. Su Zimo did not have any soul-nourishing blood ginseng. Tang Shiyun helped him hand over 20 automatically. Expressing his thanks, Su Zimo said in a seemingly casual manner, "I'll return you 10 times that in the future." Everyone entered the city. Throughout the journey, Zhu Yu had not said anything. Now that he had finally regained some dignity, he looked at Su Zimo with a provocative expression and mocked, "Su Zimo, didn't you say that you've had interactions with Glass Palace before? Why didn't you greet them earlier on? How come you aren't acting cocky anymore in front of Glass Palace?" Su Zimo did not say anything. He could not be bothered with Zhu Yu. That was because the moment he entered the city, he had already sensed a faint and imperceptible killing intent. Countless eyes hidden in the darkness gazed past his body. One after another, spirit cranes delved into the darkness. The bait has been taken. Chapter 648, Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 648, Dark and Windy Night. The remaining structures in the ancient city were almost entirely made from gigantic rocks and were filled with signs of age. Some of them were mansions and others were comparatively cramped stone huts and rooms. There were even some huge palaces scattered around various parts of the city, and their grandeur of the past could still be seen. Of course, there were also many structures that looked relatively new in the ancient city that were built later on. Although it was evening, there were many cultivators on the spacious streets of the ancient city and it was bustling. Every few thousand feet, there would be glass palace cultivators walking on both sides of the streets. There would even be cultivators patrolling in midair from time to time. Security was tight. Strange. Zhu Yu frowned slightly and remarked softly, something seemed to have happened for Glass Palace to send this many cultivators for the ancient battlefield this time round. I guess it's because Glass Palace is trying to attain a better position on the Glass Palace phenomenon ranking? A southern dual sect said. No. Zhu Yu shook his head. The Golden Core phenomenon ranking is an individual measure of strength and has nothing to do with the number of cultivators or the strength of any sect. Riding on the Golden Lion, Su Zimo listened to everyone's discussions with an indifferent expression. However, a mocking look would flash through his eyes from time to time. Fellow Daoist, please hold on. Zhu Yu held back a green-robed cultivator and asked with cupped fists, Fellow Daoist, may I ask you what happened to Glass Palace? Why does it feel like they're facing a great enemy? The green-robed cultivator looked at Zhu Yu from head to toe and asked instead, Fellow Daoist, you're not from the North region, right? I'm from an upper sect of the South region, Southern Dual Sect. There was a hint of pride in Zhu Yu's voice. After all, apart from the super sects of Tianhuang mainland such as the Immortal, Buddhist, Fiend sects and unorthodox groups, the 108 upper sects were the most famous. Indeed, the green-robed cultivator greeted them with cupped fists immediately upon hearing that and said softly, Fellow Daoist, you don't know but the monster incarnate of the North region has returned alive once more. Monster incarnate? What monster incarnate? Zhu Yu asked hurriedly. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect closed in curiously. The green-robed cultivator said, There's no other monster incarnate than the one from Divine Phoenix Island. Ah. A look of realization flashed through Zhu Yu's eyes. He had heard about some rumors regarding the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island as well. Back in the elementary ancient battlefield, that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island defeated all paragons and overwhelmed strong foes beneath the Human Emperor's palace, obtaining the Human Emperor's recognition. Not only that, he had caused quite a ruckus in Tianhuang mainland. The green-robed cultivator continued, I heard that the monster incarnate openly declared war to Glass Palace before entering the ancient battlefield, saying that he was going to murder all Glass Palace cultivators who enter. Tang Shiyun could not help but ask, why? I heard it's because Glass Palace massacred 13 cities of mortals. That's the reason why the monster incarnate wants to kill them, the green-robed cultivator replied. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was stunned. None of them could comprehend why someone would bother offending a major faction such as Glass Palace for the sake of mortals. How stupid. Zhu Yu laughed coldly. A single golden core wants to go against Glass Palace. He truly doesn't know his place. Tang Shiyun raised her brow slightly. In my opinion, I think that this person isn't bad by nature just with the fact that he's willing to stand up for mortals. Isn't bad by nature? The green-robed cultivator sneered. When the monster incarnate reappeared, he triggered a beast stampede and murdered millions of cultivators. There were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and you say that he's not bad by nature? Ah. Tang Shiyun's expression changed slightly. Millions of cultivators, that was no small figure. That's not all. The green-robed cultivator continued, the Dantian of the monster incarnate was destroyed 20 years ago. Right now, he's a true blue demon. Anyone that isn't of the same race is a common enemy of all cultivators in the world. Noticing cultivators of Glass Palace patrolling nearby, Zhu Yu remarked loudly, that's right. The reason why our generation of cultivators have cultivated is just so we can get rid of evil. If that bastard dares to show himself here, I, Zhu Yu of Southern Dual Sect, will be the first to strike. The patrolling Glass Palace cultivators merely glanced at Zhu Yu indifferently before brushing past everyone. The green-robed cultivator bid Zhu Yu farewell with cupped fists as well. The group continued forward, prepared to look for an empty house to rest. Fellow Daoist Su, you're from the North region as well. Have you also heard of that monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island who murdered millions of cultivators? Tang Shiyun turned and conversed with Su Zimo. I have, Su Zimo nodded. Seemingly interested towards the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, Tang Shiyun asked, why did he have to murder so many cultivators? The reason is because he's a demon while the cultivators are human. Zhu Yu harumphed and interrupted. Tang Shiyun frowned and asked in confusion, if so, why is he standing up for those mortals? This. Zhu Yu was rendered speechless. Turning around, Tang Shiyun asked again, it sounds like this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island used to be a human. Do you know what's his name, fellow Daoist Su? Su Zimo smiled gently and replied, I think it was Su Zimo. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect froze. Suddenly, the air was still. A strange mood filled the air. Tang Shiyun was the first to laugh and reached out, thumping Su Zimo on the shoulder gently with her fist and teasing, this joke isn't funny at all. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Tang Shiyun replied, haven't you heard from that guy that the Dantian of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed? He has no spirit energy, so how can it be you? When they heard that, everyone from Southern Dual Sect exchanged glances and heaved sighs of relief. A moment earlier, everyone had truly thought that Su Zimo who was beside them was the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. However, Tang Shiyun's words set everyone's minds at ease. The Dantian of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was destroyed while everyone had witnessed Su Zimo use spirit energy personally. The two of them could not be the same person. The night darkened and the skies were dotted with stars. Suddenly, a Glass Palace cultivator strode over quickly and stood still before Zhu Yu and the others, greeting with cupped fists. Our sect is holding a banquet in the main hall of the city. We'd like to invite cultivators of Southern Dual Sect to participate. All right. Zhu Yu was delighted and instantly turned to look at Su Zimo with a proud and provocative expression. Su Zimo was indifferent and merely looked up into the skies deeply. A faint smirk appeared on his lips as he murmured, killing on a dark and windy night. At the same time, in the wilderness in a part of the ancient battlefield, a slightly rotund cultivator in grey robes walked idly. He passed by countless ferocious beasts but none of them reacted, as though they could not see him. Birds flew above his head, seemingly oblivious to this man as well. The grey-robed cultivator held a folding fan and the fingertips of his right hands shifted and made contact with one another rapidly, letting go after every single touch as though he was divining something. After a while, the grey-robed cultivator suddenly raised his head, sensing something. His expression changed. The countless stars in the heavens were shifting positions rapidly and the constellations above were completely disoriented. Pest! Gasping, the grey-robed cultivator had a grim expression. What a strong killing intent to be able to move the heavens and cause the stars to shift. Something big is about to happen. Chapter 649, Massacre. Chapter 649, Massacre. Under the lead of the Glass Palace cultivator, everyone from Southern Dual Sect arrived at the center of the ancient city and entered a majestic grand hall. At that moment, there were many cultivators from various major sects and factions gathered in the hall. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect did not stand out when mixed in the crowd. Around them, there were many cultivators riding on ancient remnant beasts and it was bustling with the roars and cries of countless demon beasts. In fact, some golden cores rode on ancient war chariots that were pulled by ferocious WMS and some of them even stood on ancient ferocious birds. All of them looked imposing. There was nothing special about Su Zimo riding on a golden lion. What's the reason why Glass Palace invited us to this banquet? I've got no idea as well nor do I know what's the purpose of this banquet. I think that it should be for the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. They probably intend to have us help out and make contact with them the moment anyone sees any trace of that person. The crowd was bustling with noise. Any cultivator that was famous could gain a seat in the main hall. Some of the itinerant cultivators or cultivators from minor sects merely stood outside the main hall and watched by the sidelines. Zhu Yu glanced at Su Zimo beside him and smirked, raising his head. Fellow Daoist Su, if not for our southern dual sect, you won't be able to enter at all given your status, got it? Entering this main hall might not be a good thing either, Su Zimo remarked indifferently. Humph. Zhu Yu scoffed coldly. Just as he was about to rebut, Tang Shiyun interrupted them and pointed to the side. Hurry, look. Someone's heading over. Not far away, a group of cultivators arrived in the skies. Their leader was a man in faint golden robes with hands behind his back. He had a dignified demeanor and sharp brows that complemented his sharp gaze, seemingly able to reflect a rainbow glass light through his eyes. That's Yi Tiancheng of Glass Palace. So, that's him. I heard that after the death of the number one perfected being of the North region, Shi Wuya, 20 years ago, Yi Tiancheng was the one who replaced the former. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold at the mention of Yi Tiancheng. Demonist Ji had told him previously that the one who led the cultivators to massacre the 13 cities of Yang country was Yi Tiancheng, one of Dao being Xian Yu's disciple. Shifting his gaze behind Yi Tiancheng, Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. Two old men with grey hair followed close behind, seemingly stiff in their movements. However, both of them gave Su Zimo an extreme sense of danger. They were sealers. Those two old men were definitely sealers of nascent soul realm, Su Zimo sneered internally. In reality, although sealers in the ancient battlefield were nascent souls that could release dharmic powers, they did not pose much of a threat to him. That was because the ancient battlefield was a pocket dimension that was unstable. There were way too many restrictions for sealers. As long as they were to invoke the strength of nascent soul realm, they would cause a fluctuation, resulting in a dimensional tear that would devour them. In other words, sealers only had a single opportunity to attack. If they failed, they would be the ones dead. Behind the three of them were dozens of golden cores. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tiancheng and everyone else had already arrived at the foremost of the main hall. Surveying the surroundings and looking down at the many cultivators below, he let out a pensive smile. Everyone. Although Yi Tiancheng's voice was neither loud or soft, it echoed through the entire main hall. The crowd gradually went silent. I'm sure everyone's curious about the intention of today's banquet. Yi Tiancheng laughed and said, actually, it's nothing much. We just don't want to let everyone miss out on a good show. The cultivators below revealed puzzled expressions. Slowly, Yi Tiancheng said, I'm sure everyone has already heard that a monster incarnate appeared in the North region. He's inhumane and murdered millions of cultivators, even declaring that he wants to kill off cultivators of Glass Palace. I've heard of him. Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate. I know. That man's name is Su Zimo. Yes, I heard that he loves to wear green robes and looks like a scholar. A series of voices sounded from the crowd. The expressions of everyone from Southern Dual Sect changed as they turned around slowly to look at Su Zimo beside them by instinct. The more Zhu Yu listened, the more unnerved he became and his eyes flickered with uneasiness. Su Zimo patted him gently on the shoulder and said with a gentle voice, Don't be afraid. Zhu Yu shuddered and his hairs stood on end. Yi Tiancheng's gaze shifted towards the group from Southern Dual Sect and said with a fake smile, Let me tell everyone, that monster incarnate is among you right now. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was flustered and looked at Su Zimo in fright, retreating as quickly as they could to put distance between them and the latter. Many cultivators followed Yi Tiancheng's gaze and gradually noticed Su Zimo as well. It's him. Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate. He has truly come. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was isolated in the entire main hall. Tang Shiyun was rooted to the spot, somewhat lost and dazed as she looked at Su Zimo, as though she could not manage to react. Despite the circumstances, Su Zimo's expression was still calm. He turned around and asked gently, Why aren't you leaving? I don't know. Tang Shiyun shook her head with a conflicted expression. I only know that you've saved me and is my benefactor. I can't. On the contrary, Zhu Yu turned to Yi Tiancheng after distancing himself from Su Zimo, declaring agitatedly with cupped fists, Fellow Daoist Yi, I'm Zhu Yu of Southern Dual Sect. I barely know this guy and I truly didn't know of his identity. That's right. We don't know him at all. The other Southern Dual Sect cultivators chimed in and could not wish for more than to draw the line between them and Su Zimo. Beast. We have to be cautious of everyone that isn't of our race. Kill him as revenge for those millions of cultivators. Kill. 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 The crowd was fervent and excited. Everyone had bloodshot eyes and wanted to rip Su Zimo up alive. The group of cultivators formed a torrential force that was crushing. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down even before they were attacked. Although the golden lion was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it sprawled on the ground in fear at that moment and did not dare to move. A single spirit art released by everyone present could destroy him without any corpse remaining. It cried internally but no tears came forth. However, Su Zimo was still calm. There was an invisible and unparalleled aura shrouding him. In fact, it was not weaker compared to all the cultivators inside and outside the main hall. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tiancheng reared his head in laughter and looked down at Su Zimo. Su Zimo, to think that you would have the guts to enter this city. However, you're not qualified to fight against Glass Palace. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and said slowly, this is a grudge between me and Glass Palace and has nothing to do with all of you. Anyone that doesn't wish to get involved should leave as soon as possible. Bullshit. Zhu Yu hollered and declared righteously, you're a demon so you're a common enemy of all cultivators in the world. Yi Tiancheng sneered coldly and raised his voice, everyone, there's only a single dish in tonight's banquet, the flesh and blood of this monster incarnate. This man has a rich blood qi and his flesh contains a tremendous amount of life force essence which is a great tonic. Whether or not you get to enjoy this delicacy depends on yourself. Many cultivators smacked their lips instinctively and their eyes shone with excitement. Well. Su Zimo nodded and commented indifferently, since that's the case, don't blame me for the massacre. Chapter 650, Broken Arm. Chapter 650, Broken Arm. Massacre. Zhu Yu had already been displeased with Su Zimo the entire journey. At that moment, he released his golden core phenomenon without hesitation and shouted, you have to get through me first. Southern Dual Star Formation. Boom. The heavens were initially dotted with stars. All of a sudden, 6 stars shone brightly with a glaring beam and shrouded Su Zimo. A series of terrifying auras burst forth around Zhu Yu. That was the power of his phenomenon. Escape yourself. Su Zimo patted the golden lion beneath him and leaped down with a cold gaze. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived beside Zhu Yu. Swoosh. It was too fast. Most cultivators could not react in time. OM. Su Zimo opened his mouth and Sanskrit boomed. Poof. 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 Everyone from Southern Dual Sect who stood beside Zhu Yu and wanted to draw the line between them and Su Zimo exploded into blood mists. None of them were spared and they all died. A single Sanskrit word blasted them to death without any corpses remaining. Zhu Yu was shocked as well. His golden core phenomenon was shaken with a single Sanskrit word. The 6 southern dual stars up in the heavens flashed repeatedly and showed signs of dispersion. How strong! Zhu Yu was taken aback. In reality, if not for the protection of his golden core phenomenon, that single Sanskrit word would have blasted him to death given their distance. He would not have met with a different ending compared to his sect mates. Before that thought of his was finished, Zhu Yu felt his eyes blur. Su Zimo's figure did not pause at all. His knees buckled forward like a sprinting stallion as he charged over with a surging blood qi. His aura was terrifying. Bang! There was a split delay between the both of them. Immediately after, Zhu Yu's body was sent flying and the phenomenon power that surrounded his body dispersed entirely. The 6 southern dual stars in the skies dimmed completely. His body hovered in midair before splitting into pieces, dyeing the voids red with blood. Ah! A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Most of the cultivators in the ancient city had heard of Su Zimo's reputation, but there were few who had seen him fight personally. Or rather, most of the people who had seen him attack were dead. Right now, when everyone witnessed how Su Zimo destroyed a golden core phenomenon domineeringly with his bare body, the blow to their mental states was immense. How could the power of bloodline and one's body reach such a level? Zhu Yu was someone who was once on the phenomenon ranking. Although he was ranked near the end, he was one of the paragons. Nobody expected him to last less than a single round despite the release of his golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo was strong 20 years ago. However, the power of his bloodline and body had not reached this level. There had not been anybody who had witnessed his actual combat strength 20 years later. Although Yi Tiancheng's group watched the sight with constricted pupils, they were still composed. Instead, a mocking look flashed through their eyes. Naturally, Glass Palace was thoroughly prepared before entering the ancient battlefield this time round. Nothing that happened so far had gone beyond Glass Palace's expectations. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless flying swords tore through the air. Countless spirit arts blanketed the skies. Su Zimo stared at Yi Tiancheng, who was at the highest point of the main hall, and killing intent surged in his eyes. His body's blood chi flooded and echoed with the sound of a tsunami in a shuddering manner. Boom! Kicking off from his toes, Su Zimo vanished instantly. Spiderweb cracks appeared on the stone slab he stood on originally and extended outwards. A figure darted into the crowd with an unstoppable might like a human weapon, sending many cultivators flying. Most of the flying swords and spirit arts missed. When some of the flying swords got close, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed wildly in the void. He caught most of the incoming flying swords in his palms. Break! Exerting strength in both arms, he yelled. Crack! 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 The flying swords in his palms were snapped by his bare hand. Most of those flying swords were supreme-grade flying swords. The sharpness of a supreme-grade flying sword could not injure Su Zimo's flesh. Kill! Su Zimo opened his mouth and released thunderclap kill against the descent of many spirit arts. A tremendous roar boomed forward, accompanied by the power of thunder. The entire main hall shook. Right in front of everyone, countless spirit arts dispersed before they could make contact with Su Zimo's body, turning into spots of spirit light that dissipated into thin air. The crowd was in an uproar. There were countless rumors about the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, however, none of them experienced the same shock as they did now since nobody saw it personally. Right now, none of the cultivators in the ancient city realized it. The true massacre had only just begun. What they witnessed today was merely the tip of the iceberg for this strongest monster incarnate in history. Su Zimo tread in thin air and nobody could match his edge. If Su Zimo could destroy a phenomenon on the ranking barehanded, the golden core phenomenons of ordinary cultivators could not stand in his way at all. He was getting closer to Yi Tiancheng. Senior brother Yi, should we release the formation? A Glass Palace cultivator behind Yi Tiancheng whispered. There's no need. Yi Tiancheng's hands were hidden deeply in his robes and he smirked, remarking coolly, I'm rather curious to test and see just how strong this monster incarnate is in Monster Incarnate. Senior brother Yi, there's no need to take that risk personally, right? Another Glass Palace cultivator frowned. Take the risk personally? Yi Tiancheng harumphed coldly. In the past, I wasn't weaker than Shi Wuya in melee combat. So, where does the risk come from? Furthermore, Glass Palace is famous for body tempering. Why should I fear a beast? Watch out, senior brother Yi. Everyone from Glass Palace tried to warn repeatedly. Yi Tiancheng's expression turned cold as he charged towards Su Zimo who was arriving. Su Zimo, take my punch. Striding forward, Yi Tiancheng's blood chi surged and his hair flew furiously as he threw a punch towards Su Zimo's head violently. Although he threw out a punch, his palm was still hidden in his robes and wasn't revealed, merely showing the shape of a clenched fist. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo did not retreat or avoid and returned with a punch of his own. Apart from the top of the phenomenon ranking, Di Yin, he had never encountered any other cultivator of the same cultivation realm who could match him in melee combat. Yi Tiancheng's eyes shone with uncontrollable excitement when he saw Su Zimo's decision to take the punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided. Yi Tiancheng's sleeve was ripped apart instantly, flying away like butterflies. 6 spirit patterns shone brightly on Yi Tiancheng's fists. He was wearing a glove and it was a carnate spirit weapon. That was his killing move. Therefore, Su Zimo had just collided against a carnate spirit weapon head-on rather than flesh. Their fists had already collided and it was too late to avoid even if he wanted to. A light injury would cripple Su Zimo's arm. A heavy injury would result in his death if Yi Tiancheng took advantage of the situation. Haha, Su Zimo. Prepare to die. Yi Tiancheng laughed menacingly. Before his laughter subsided, his heart sank. There was no hint of panic in Su Zimo's eyes, they were calm as water. It can't be. Before that thought was finished, Yi Tiancheng shifted his gaze. Su Zimo's fist merely collided gently against his before turning limp. Like an anaconda, it wrapped forward along with the momentum. Rap, hit, pull, sheeing. A mist of blood filled the air. Yi Tiancheng's arm was ripped off by Su Zimo just like that. Chapter 651 Omnidirectional Demon Suppression Formation. Chapter 651 Omnidirectional Demon Suppression Formation. Ah! Yi Tiancheng's eyes were widened with disbelief as he let out a jarring shriek while blood drained from his face. He truly hadn't expected a victor to be decided between them within a single round of their clash. If he was dealing with inexperienced cultivators, his methods would have worked. However, he was naive to think of tricking Su Zimo. How fast were Su Zimo's reactions? The moment he sensed something amiss in the clash between their fists, he had already changed tactics to release a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to rip off Yi Tiancheng's arm. The two of them were way too close. Su Zimo had no intention of letting Yi Tiancheng escape. You're the one who should prepare to die. Roaring, Su Zimo strode forward and reached out with outstretched fingers. Pang! 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 Jade-white fingernails protruded, shining with a cold glint like daggers as he grabbed for Yi Tiancheng's head. If that grab landed, 5 bloody holes would definitely appear on Yi Tiancheng's head. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. Without time to hesitate, Su Zimo gave up on killing Yi Tiancheng decisively and retreated swiftly. A rainbow-colored glass light shot down and brushed past his body. It was extremely sharp and almost wanted to sever the void. If Su Zimo was a single bit slower, he would have been cut into 2 by that glass light. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread through the void. The energy had already surpassed the power of phenomenons. Dharmic powers. The nascent souls had attacked. It was one of the 2 sealers behind Yi Tiancheng. The information filtered into Su Zimo's mind as he retreated without turning back. Only sealers would have that reaction and could rescue Yi Tiancheng from his hand. Nobody else would have been able to do it. True enough. Not far away, the eyes of an old man with grey hair and beard dimmed as he shook his head. This man is way too frightening. We can't even trap him with our combined forces. Suddenly, the void behind the old man ripped apart and a dark tear appeared silently. Sinister winds gusted from within, threatening to devour everything. The appearance of dharmic power would result in a dimensional fluctuation. With the fluctuation, dimensional tears would appear to cleanse the origin of that energy so as to ensure the stability of the dimension. The old man sighed. Summon the formation. The moment he said that, his body was swallowed by the dimensional tear in the void and his essence spirit was destroyed. He turned into dust with nothing left behind. The tear in the void closed slowly until there was no gap left. Summon the formation? Su Zimo raised his brow slightly as he felt a sudden sense of danger. Another sealer behind Yi Tiancheng surveyed the surroundings before soaring into the air and declaring, "Everyone, please help us to kill this lad." "All right. It's wonderful if I can kill a monster incarnate like this before my death. Ha ha ha. My life won't be wasted with this lad's death to accompany mine." A series of voices echoed from above the 4 walls of the ancient city. North, south, east and west, old men with grey beards and hair appeared. Although they did not release their powers, There was a shuddering aura repressed within their bodies. 4 sealers. Typically speaking, it was already at the limits if there were 2 sealers that accompanied the paragon of a sect into the ancient battlefield. In fact, some super sects would not even have any sealers. After all, sealers would die the moment they attacked. Even if their lifespans were about to end a few years later, no cultivator would be willing to enter the ancient battlefield. Yet, Glass Palace activated 6 sealers this time round. This was clear proof of how highly they regarded Suzimo. No matter what, Glass Palace had indeed felt immense pressure from Suzimo's declaration letter of war. During this period of time, Yi Tiancheng's injury had already been bandaged. He glared at Suzimo venomously and snarled, "Suzimo, I'm going to slice the flesh off your body piece by piece and eat it up. I'm going to torture you to death. Ha ha ha." Suzimo stood in the air and burst into laughter. "You think that you can kill me with just 4 more sealers? Humph." Yi Tiancheng smirked menacingly. "Don't get cocky. We knew that you would send yourself to us, so we prepared a long time ago. Prepare yourself." The fingertips of the sealer on the east city wall shifted repeatedly and his glabella shone, emitting a series of bright beams that landed on a circular spirit weapon. Whoosh! The spirit weapon spun and instantly emitted a column of light that engulfed Suzimo. Demon revealing mirror. Suzimo's expression changed slightly as he released his blood chi. His body flashed repeatedly as he tried to get away from the radius of the demon revealing mirror's column of light. However, no matter how fast his movement techniques were, they were not faster than light. The demon revealing mirror was not harmful against demon beasts by itself. Its only purpose was to restrict the inner core or essence spirit. When the inner core was restricted, demon beasts would lose the power of their inner cores, and that was the reason why their true forms would be revealed. Whoosh! Another column of light shone from the west and shot down. Suzimo's body shuddered. A mysterious energy was trying to penetrate his body to reach his circulating inner core. However, the Mingwang prayer beads that were hidden on his wrist shone and blocked the energy. The Mingwang prayer beads was a carnate dharmic weapon to begin with. Although 2 Buddha beads were missing and it was incomplete, it still managed to retain some of its mysterious dharmic powers. When the column of light shone on Suzimo, he paused for a moment and his blood chi circulated furiously. The power of his inner core surged and his speed received a massive boost, allowing him to break free from the light column. A sealer exclaimed softly, "A single demon revealing mirror is not enough to hold him down. Thankfully, we're prepared." Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 columns of light shone down. With nowhere to run, Suzimo was pinned to the spot by the 2 columns of light. Immediately after, the first 2 columns of light descended on Suzimo as well. 4 columns of light from 4 demon revealing mirrors in all directions shone down on Suzimo's surroundings. Suzimo could clearly feel that his inner core was completely sealed and was unable to circulate. The Mingwang prayer beads was a damaged dharmic weapon after all. At the same time, Suzimo had not cultivated an essence spirit and could not release the true strength of the Mingwang prayer beads. The most he could do was use the damaged dharmic weapon to defend against one of the demon revealing mirrors. Now that Glass Palace had brought out 4 demon revealing mirrors, even the Mingwang prayer beads couldn't do anything about it. Omnidirectional demon suppression formation. The 4 sealers shouted at the same time with stern expressions. Suddenly, mysterious runes lit up on the areas the 4 columns of light from the demon revealing mirrors shone on. Suzimo grunted dully and the pressure on him intensified. In the hands of 4 sealers, the 4 demon revealing mirrors had turned into a formation. The formation pinned down on Suzimo like a gigantic mountain and exerted pressure relentlessly, locking him motionlessly on the spot. Suzimo could clearly feel his bones and tendons trembling inside his body, letting out cracking sounds that were jarring. He refused to bow down and clenched his teeth with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Channeling his bloodline with all his might, he pushed against the pressure on his spine and green veins popped on his neck. A series of dimensional tears appeared above the 4 walls. The 4 sealers were devoured in succession. However, the formation was laid down and the situation was set in stone. Suzimo could not escape even with the death of the sealers. Chapter 652, Affecting the Heavens with His Torrential Killing Intent. Chapter 652, Affecting the Heavens with His Torrential Killing Intent. That scene shocked all the cultivators in the ancient city. The death of 4 sealers in exchange for an opportunity to kill Suzimo, that seemed like a price that was too heavy. However, it had to be said that this was the only way to ensure that nothing went wrong. That was because even if the 6 sealers of Glass Palace joined forces, they might not have been able to kill Suzimo. Now, demon-revealing mirrors on the walls on all 4 directions were activated with dharmic powers, forming a formation that targeted demons specifically. As such, Suzimo was rooted to the spot motionlessly. This power had far surpassed the strength of the Golden Core realm. Even if 100 pure-blooded ferocious beasts were to arrive, they would be turned into meat sludge. In other words, if this was Suzimo 20 years ago, he wouldn't be able to last 10 breaths. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tiancheng's face was pale as he had lost a significant amount of blood after his arm was ripped off. However, he still reared his head in wild laughter and grit his teeth. Suzimo, why aren't you cocky anymore? So what if you're the strongest monster incarnate in history? You've still got to die under Glass Palace's omnidirectional demon suppression formation. Suzimo's expression was dark and he remained silent. Splash. His bloodline was already channeled to its limits and echoed with the dull sound of a tsunami. Heads started bobbing everywhere. Countless cultivators formed a wave of humans and encircled Suzimo in the middle layer after layer. All the cultivators wanted to personally witness the moment of the strongest monster incarnate in history's death. Outside the crowd, a yellow-haired burly man stood at the side and gazed towards the center of the ancient city. Staring at the green-robed man who was rooted to the spot motionlessly, he could not help but pout his lips and mutter, "What a pity that such a monster incarnate of an entire generation has to die by a group's ambush. Although you suppressed me and forced me to be your mount, we can call off this grudge between us given that you don't have long to live." The yellow-haired burly man was the Golden Lion in human form. The Golden Lion sighed and turned to leave, preparing to escape out of the city. Not far away, a red fox squatted on the ground and swayed its huge, furry tail. It clutched its tiny paws tightly with a nervous look on its face. It had eyes that resembled black gemstones, blinking at the green-robed man in the crowd with a layer of mist over them. A moment later, the little fox reared its head and sniffed. Wiping away the tears in its eyes, it gazed at the demon-revealing mirror that was erected on the wall above it and emitted a scary column of light. A hint of resolve flashed through its eyes. Phew! A streak of red light burst into the darkness and the little fox vanished. In the crowd, Tang Shiyun seemed like she had lost her soul and was squeezed and pushed forward by countless cultivators. She had gone through way too many changes in the past 2 days. Of more than 100 southern dual sect cultivators, she was now the only one left. The cultivator whom she had regarded as a benefactor and even had affections towards was a demon that was despised by everyone. She glared at the front squarely. The green-robed man who was struggling bitterly against tens of thousands of people looked pitiful and tragic, like a trapped beast that had lost its fangs. In fact, Tang Shiyun wanted to scream. She wanted to scream that even though he was a demon, he had saved her life. However, what would that do? She could not change the situation at all. The green-robed man wouldn't be able to escape death. In fact, he would have to endure an unimaginable amount of humiliation before his death. All the cultivators around her were worked up and yelled loudly, "Kill him! Drink his blood and consume his flesh." All those cultivators had scary looks in their eyes as they wished for nothing more than to rip Suzimo apart. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested it, he wouldn't have come here and neither would he have met with Glass Palace." Tang Shiyun had a pained expression. Coincidentally, her gaze met with Suzimo's in midair. Instantly, tears streamed down Tang Shiyun's face as she shook her head and muttered repeatedly, I'm sorry. However, her voice was nothing compared to the clamor around her and was drowned immediately. Right then, Tang Shiyun caught sight of a smile. Even despite the situation, the green-robed man smiled and seemed like he was consoling her. She bawled loudly in tears. Suzimo retracted his gaze. Tang Shiyun was not to blame for this. Even without her, he would have definitely come here. That was because he had said that he would make Glass Palace pay with blood. The crowd not far away dispersed and a path appeared as Yi Tiancheng strode over with a cold expression, clutching the area of his broken left arm. Arriving 10 feet before Su Zimo, Yi Tiancheng stood firmly. His eyes were vengeful with a hint of ridicule as he glared down coldly before snickering sinisterly. Su Zimo pursed his lips. Given normal circumstances, he had 100 methods of killing Yi Tiancheng on the spot in less than a breath given this distance. However, he was now suppressed by the power of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation and could not even lift his arm. Yi Tiancheng pushed down into the air with his palm. The crowd gradually went silent. Glaring at Su Zimo, he chuckled. "Beast, your golden core has already been destroyed and your inner core is sealed. Right now, you're like fish on a chopping block that's waiting for me to cut up. Since you broke my arm, I'll snap your limbs." Yi Tiancheng slapped his storage bag and a saber appeared in his palm. He injected spirit energy. The saber trembled and shone with 5 spirit patterns. A perfect spirit weapon. Dragging the saber, Yi Tiancheng looked at Su Zimo in a relaxed manner and was in no rush. He was relishing this sensation. Yi Tiancheng circled around Su Zimo and sized up the latter. He gestured at Su Zimo's body and pretended to be in deep thought. Where should I start? Fellow Daoist, how about letting out some blood first to share with everyone? That's right. The blood of this monster incarnate must be delicious. Many cultivators in the crowd shouted. All right, let's do that then. Yi Tiancheng was in a great mood. Right then, Su Zimo turned his head and surveyed his surroundings. Due to the immense pressure on him, the sounds of bones cracking could be heard from his neck. With a dark expression, Su Zimo smirked and revealed a set of pearly whites before remarking coolly, "I'm going to give all of you a final chance. This is a grudge between me and Glass Palace. Anyone that's unrelated should get lost now. Bloody hell. This demon is trying to be cocky on the brink of death. What a sharp tongue. I say we should slap his mouth until it's battered first." Many cultivators sneered and mocked. Hee. Lowering his head, Su Zimo let out a chilling laughter as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. It was almost materialized and could spew out. The stars in the heavens above went into chaos, flickering constantly. His killing intent was torrential and had affected the heavens. Outside the crowd, the remaining sealer of Glass Palace stood in midair. Sensing something, he reared his head and frowned. Although he knew nothing about astrology, he knew that the chaotic alignments of the stars was an evil omen symbolizing that something big was about to happen. Chapter 653, Dragon Roar. Chapter 653, Dragon Roar. "Beast, how dare you get cocky? I'll have you kneel down first." Yi Tiancheng's shout broke off the thoughts of Glass Palace's sealer. Instinctively, he looked down. Right in the middle of the crowd, Yi Tiancheng swung the saber and circulated his golden core. Spirit energy surged forward and the saber shone with a spirit light, slicing at Su Zimo's knees. Nothing should change. There's no way a spirit demon can escape from the omnidirectional demon suppression formation that was created with the death of 4 sealers. The thought crossed the Glass Palace sealer's mind. Immediately after, his expression changed. He was a nascent soul after all and had cultivated an essence spirit. Although it was restricted and he could not attack at will, his senses were much sharper than ordinary golden cores with his essence spirit. He sensed spirit energy fluctuating in Su Zimo's body. Furthermore, it was terrifying. Ancient. Dragonification. Art. Su Zimo's eyes were frighteningly bright as he snarled word by word. A primordial energy seemed to be awakened as the aura in Su Zimo's body climbed endlessly. Spirit energy. That's the aura of a golden core. His golden core hasn't been destroyed. That's impossible. The crowd fell into an uproar. There were many cultivators that witnessed a void reversion destroying Su Zimo's Dantian personally in the Battle of the Paragons in the North region. But now, Su Zimo's golden core had reappeared and was even more terrifying than before. Immediately after, right in front of countless gazes, an extremely long living being appeared from thin air. It coiled a couple times around his body before extending upwards into the air. Yi Tiancheng's saber was repelled before it could reach Su Zimo's knees, and a series of sparks burst forth in the void. His body shuddered and he could not maintain his grip on the saber as it was blown away. Pest! What is this? Many cultivators gaped with disbelief. Green scales appeared one after another on the living being's body, shimmering with a cold light. The bones on its back and its sharp fangs and claws were fully exposed with horns thrusting fiercely above its head. Is that a dragon? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice and frightful expression as he nearly knelt on the ground. Although none of the cultivators in the ancient city had seen how a dragon looked like, that was the only answer that crossed their minds when they caught sight of that living being. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the dragon. Only a true dragon could release such a terrifying aura. The true dragon was lifelike and its scales, bones, and claws were fully formed with flesh and blood. The eyes of the dragon opened gradually. Those eyes opened and closed together with Su Zimo's eyes in unison. Its gaze was cold, dignified, and unquestionable. Against the sweeping gaze of the dragon's eyes, some cultivators could not withstand the pressure and knelt onto the ground with a thud, shivering from head to toe in silence. Back in the primordial era, humans were enslaved by 10,000 races and were puny as ants with cheap lives. The primordial dragon race was the leader of the 10,000 races, riding over all of them and dominated the world. It was a suppression of the bloodline, a fear that originated from an ancient memory. Although Su Zimo was still unable to move against the power of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation, his aura had intensified with a true dragon coiling around him. That was the terror of a true dragon. Yet, how frightening was a man who could command the true dragon? A divine being. This was a divine being who could control the world and decide the fates of all beings. Even the glass palace sealer who stood in the air afar felt chills run down his spine, let alone the golden cores in the surroundings. Yi Tiancheng, hurry and retreat. The glass palace sealer was the first to react and shouted. Yi Tiancheng shuddered and snapped out of his stupor. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat and pull himself away from Su Zimo. However, it was all too late. Su Zimo's eyes were like lightning as he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Almost at the same time, the true dragon coiling around him took a deep breath and its body expanded a few times. Puffing its chest, a gigantic air current churned and formed a cyclone in midair. The true dragon also opened its massive mouth at the same time, revealing menacing fangs that dripped with drool. Roar. Both of them opened their mouths and let out a deafening roar that could break metal and rocks. Su Zimo's black hair danced wildly and the veins on his neck popped up. With a sharp gaze, he howled in front of him and the sound of a dragon roar burst forth from his mouth. Instantly, the weather changed as sand and rocks flew. That was a true dragon roar. It was much more powerful than thunderclap kill. Poof, poof, poof. Most of the cultivators in the circle closest to Su Zimo could not endure the shock of the dragon roar and exploded into blood mists. Some of the cultivators that were slightly further had scars of blood appearing on their faces. Although their bodies did not explode, their organs were already ruptured into dust. There were more cultivators who stood on the spot motionlessly with widened eyes as blood oozed out of their 7 orifices. All of them were dead. After the dragon roar, silence ensued. The demon beast mounts of some cultivators, be it ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts, were all shivering in fear at the moment with poop and pee flowing freely. There were countless people who died from the dragon roar. Corpses were strewn all around Su Zimo and rivers of blood were formed. It was akin to purgatory. The omnidirectional demon suppression formation could restrict his inner core and root him to the spot, but it could not seal his golden core. Even if I can't move, I can cull all of you like dogs. Su Zimo's voice was cold and his killing intent was torrential. Yi Tiancheng was the only one who could remain standing in a radius 30 feet around Su Zimo. It was true that his body was strong. He was not dead despite that dragon roar. However, his eardrums were ruptured and the injury of his right arm had burst again as well. Right now, his mind was blank and his consciousness was hazy. He could no longer sense what was happening around him. Hurry and retreat. Glass Palace's sealer yelled. Many Glass Palace golden cores were bolting through the crowd towards Yi Tiancheng, hoping to save him. Gradually, Yi Tiancheng regained some of his senses and his eyes were filled with fear as he tried to retreat. The next moment, he saw Su Zimo smirk with mockery. Go. Su Zimo opened his mouth and said a single word indifferently. Swoosh. The true dragon that coiled around him upwards surged down and descended upon Yi Tiancheng's head instantly, glaring down with a fixed gaze. Yi Tiancheng was scared out of his wits. Drip. In fact, Yi Tiancheng did not even dare to wipe his face when drool dripped from the corner of the true dragon's mouth onto his face. The next moment, the true dragon lowered its head and chomped down on Yi Tiancheng. Blood splashed out with a slight warmth. Yi Tiancheng was dead, devoured alive by the true dragon conjured by Su Zimo. The killing intent in Su Zimo's eyes surged. This was the first time that he released the ancient dragonification art after 20 years of dormancy at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. He could clearly sense that the true dragon around him had gotten more corporeal and sentient, as though it possessed a life of its own. In reality, there was a huge difference between this and the description of the ancient dragonification art. The ancient dragonification art merely made use of a trickle of dragon blood and spirit energy to conjure an illusory dragon. But the dragon summoned by Su Zimo was lifelike and complete with flesh and blood. More than that, the beguiling thing was that he had a feeling this true dragon seemed to have an extremely close connection to him. It was as though the origin of their bloodline was inseparable. Chapter 654, Reappearance of Phenomenon. Chapter 654, Reappearance of Phenomenon. The Glass Palace sealer had a terrible expression. Yi Tiancheng was the youngest, most talented and strongest golden core paragon in Glass Palace after Shi Wuya. He was definitely poised for a top 30 position for this golden core phenomenon ranking. However, the sealer did not expect that Yi Tiancheng would be killed by Su Zimo's spirit art without the chance to even release his golden core phenomenon. Glass Palace was going to return without anything for the phenomenon ranking this time round. Destroy that azure dragon. The Glass Palace sealer was enraged and pointed to the menacing azure dragon in midair with a darkened expression, shouting, "That dragon is merely condensed through spirit energy. What are you guys scared of?" Many cultivators calmed down rapidly with the words of a sealer. I refuse to believe that this monster incarnate can get out of hand. That's right. Let's join forces. Let's kill him and take revenge for senior brother. The crowd was worked up. Many cultivators released flying swords that flew over like an arrow rain. Countless spirit arts blanketed the skies and crushed down with a terrifying might. Kill. Su Zimo spat out coldly. The true dragon understood his intentions and reared its head malevolently before soaring into the air with a torrential ferocity. Baring its fangs and claws, it lunged into the crowd. Bang! 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 Many flying swords and spirit arts shattered upon collision with the true dragon, and only perfect spirit weapons could survive. Even for supreme-grade spirit weapons, cracks would appear upon contact with the true dragon, causing their spirit lights to dim and the weapons rendered completely useless. Although the spirit arts in the air surged like a tsunami, they could not withstand the power of a true dragon. Another bloodstorm was created as the true dragon crashed into the crowd. Even without using its sharp claws and fangs, the passing of the true dragon's body was enough to shatter supreme-grade flying swords. There was no way the cultivators could defend against it with their physical body. The ancient dragonification art was a spirit art created by the human emperor and could even go against the power of ordinary golden core phenomenon. Furthermore, it was clear that the spirit art had already transformed in the hands of Su Zimo. It was much more powerful and frightening than before. Even the combined forces of many cultivators could not defend against the killing power of the true dragon. Finally, some cultivators were forced to release their golden core phenomenons. An energy fluctuation that was even more terrifying than spirit art's surface. Heavenly piercing pillar. A thick stone pillar appeared behind the cultivator, piercing through the world with an ancient and majestic aura. It crushed down towards the body of the true dragon. Without even taking a look, the true dragon swiped its tail viciously. A true dragon's tail whip. Boom. The heavenly piercing pillar was destroyed completely by the dragon tail. The expression of the cultivator changed starkly and he spat out a huge mouthful of blood. With dimming eyes, he fell from midair. Another golden core had just released his phenomenon when it was swiped away by the sharp claws of the true dragon and his body was ripped apart. However, it was clear that the glow on the true dragon's body had dimmed slightly after enduring the impact of two golden core phenomenons. Fellow Taoists, let's join forces. This evil dragon won't be able to last much longer, someone yelled. Many cultivators were invigorated. Bang! 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 Thousands of golden cores attacked at the same time with their golden core phenomenons, sending an apocalyptic blast towards the true dragon. Crack! 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 The true dragon froze in midair and cracks appeared on its massive body, extending and deepening. Of the thousands of golden core phenomenons, there were even glass palace cultivators who released ancient phenomenons from their sect such as the glass divine light. The combined power of those golden core phenomenons was like the convergence of countless streams into a massive river with the capability to annihilate all life. The true dragon was instantly destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Even if it's a true dragon, so what? So what if you're the strongest monster incarnate in history? You can't fight against all of us heroes in the world single-handedly. Kill him. Many cultivators released their golden core phenomenons excitedly and yelled as they charged towards Su Zimo. As long as they could kill Su Zimo personally, they would be famous throughout the world. You dare call yourselves heroes? Su Zimo's expression turned increasingly cold as he roared in laughter. Even despite the circumstances, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. Instead, they turned brighter and fiercer. An endless amount of phenomenon power surged over. It was a suffocating pressure. Against that pressure, the golden core in Su Zimo's dantian churned wildly and a frighteningly shocking phenomenon rose behind him. With a boom, the firmaments were shattered. Water currents surged and meteors rained endlessly. It was an apocalyptic sight. Bang! 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 An incomparably massive ancient demon descended with a terrifying aura and 4 legs that were akin to heavenly piercing pillars. Standing in the middle of a dark, deep sea, it did not move and suppressed the raging tides. Lightning flashed and that massive demon's shell held up the broken firmament, blanketing over the world as it protected all living beings from the surging water currents. This phenomenon. It's the divine turtle. That's the long-lost primordial divine turtle. A series of exclamations could be heard from the crowd. The divine turtle had arrived and reared its head, roaring into the skies. Instantly, it was filled with a torrential rage. The size of the divine turtle was larger than the ancient city. Protecting Su Zimo under it, all the incoming golden core phenomenons were blocked. Boom, 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 boom. The primordial divine turtle stood unyieldingly against the impact of thousands of golden core phenomenons. Many cultivators were shocked. The primordial divine turtle's defense could not be broken with the combined force of thousands of phenomenons. The primordial divine turtle lives up to its reputation indeed. The glass palace sealer murmured softly. Legend has it that the primordial divine turtle could be ranked as a top 10 on the phenomenon ranking when its true power was released. That was a divine being that saved countless living beings in the primordial era. Suddenly, as though he called something, the expression of Glass Palace's sealer changed. This is bad. It said that this lad has cultivated another phenomenon apart from the primordial divine turtle. The Glass Palace sealer howled, "Watch out!" Bang! Boom! Boom! His voice was drowned by an explosion before it could travel over. Another phenomenon appeared behind Su Zimo. What is this? It's a double phenomenon. The ground caved continuously, opening up bottomless ravines one after another. A baleful aura surged forth. The mountains were tumbling and the ground was disintegrating. Lava surged forth endlessly with a scorching heat, flowing rampantly on the vast lands and burning everything in sight. Countless living beings were turned into ashes. In midair, the golden core phenomenons of some cultivators who could not endure it dissipated. Without the protection of their golden core phenomenons, those cultivators were exposed to the torrential waves and were devoured instantly, vanishing without a trace. Ah, ah, ah. Some cultivators who were splashed by the scarlet lava burst into flames as they howled in misery. Although most of the cultivators were still channeling their golden cores furiously to gather their phenomenons, the chaos within the crowd was evidently growing. However, that was merely the start of Suzimo's counterattack. A gigantic living being with a terrifying aura crawled out of the crack in the ground. It had a snake's head, anaconda's body, and was lined with red, scarlet scales that were stacked on top of one another like flaming iron plate. Snake's head, anaconda's body, dragon scales, phoenix wings, no horns on its head and no legs beneath its abdomen, it was the primordial soaring serpent. Divine beings had descended with the resurgence of the phenomenons. Chapter 655, Tiger Roar. Chapter 655, Tiger Roar. The primordial soaring serpent spread its wings and a heatwave surged into the 9 heavens as it surveyed the surroundings with scarlet eyes. The formidable power of this phenomenon was spreading. Crack, crack, crack. Some of the flying swords and spirit weapons in midair could not handle the pressure and cracked. Their lights dimmed as they turned into fragments, scattering onto the ground. A single glance from the primordial soaring serpent caused some of the cultivators to burst into flames that engulfed them rapidly, burning them into ashes. The might of a divine being was unstoppable. Gulp, gulp. The primordial soaring serpent devoured the lava in large mouthfuls and its aura turned increasingly frightening. The scales on the serpent became brighter and shone with a blinding shade of scarlet that resembled metal plates that were heated red. Gazing at the thousands of golden core phenomenons and the puny humans, the primordial soaring serpent reared its head and hissed between its breaths. Pest! Pest! The primordial soaring serpent fanned the flames with its wings and its eyes spewed fire. Opening its blood-red mouth, it spat out a stream of scorching lava. Instantly, the void turned into a sea of flames. The combined golden core phenomenons of many cultivators could only manage to hold out the primordial divine turtle. However, the descent of the primordial soaring serpent broke that stalemate. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by loud sounds, countless golden core phenomenons shattered and many golden cores were devoured directly by the steaming lava, turning into ashes without corpses. Ah, ah, ah. A series of tragic, shuddering wails sounded. Although there were thousands of golden core phenomenons, none of them could withstand the blast of the 2 divine beings, the divine turtle and soaring serpent. Even glass divine light could not do it. The divine turtle roared with rage and currents surged, raising torrential tides that engulfed all living beings. The soaring serpent hissed and lava spewed, igniting a sea of flames that spanned hundreds of kilometers and incinerated all living beings. Even the bodies of glass palace cultivators could not withstand the crash of the tides and the roast of the lava. 20 years later, Suzimo had not only recovered his golden core, the 2 golden core phenomenons that he had once cultivated had resurfaced in the world as well. All the cultivators were horrified and scurried for their lives. Nobody noticed that although the 2 phenomenons behind Suzimo were the same 20 years on, there were a few changes to the phenomenons themselves. 20 years ago, the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons were irreconcilable, fire and water, immortal and fiend. The 2 phenomenons were completely distinct. But now, there was no longer any conflict of fire and water, nor was there any contention between immortal and fiend between the 2 phenomenons. Their boundaries were blurred and fire and water was intertwined. The heavens shattered and void currents flowed everywhere as meteors fell. A divine turtle stood between the world and stabilized the void currents with its limbs while holding up the heavens with its back as it roared into the skies. The ground caved in and a volcano exploded with spewing lava. The primordial soaring serpent tore through the ground and devoured the lava as it descended upon the world. The heavens collapsed and lightning flashed. The 2 divine beings, the divine turtle and soaring serpent, seemed like they could fuse together at any moment. After his 20 years of dormancy at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley, a complete transformation had happened both inside and outside of Suzimo, and it was not only in terms of his inner core and body. It was for his golden core phenomenons as well. To be precise, apart from Suzimo, Nobody knew what sort of golden core phenomenons he had cultivated, and nobody had seen it before. "Everyone, don't panic." The glass palace sealer stood in midair and said loudly, "Although this little bastard can circulate spirit energy, he is pinned to the ground by the formation and can't move at all." Some of the cultivators who had escaped noticed that as well and let out beguiled expressions. "He's a demon, so there's no way he can break free from the restraints of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation. Everyone, avoid his attacks and don't fight him head-on. Once his golden core phenomenons are gone and his spirit energy is expended, he will be a sheep waiting to be culled." The words of Glass Palace's sealer caused the eyes of the surviving cultivators to light up. Although Su Zimo could release Spirit Art and the Dragon Roar, he had not left his original position from the get-go. Everyone was escaping from the battlefield to try to get away from the two divine beings around Su Zimo. Although golden core phenomenons were strong, they could not go too far away from the cultivators. A cold glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he cursed internally. Although the sealer was at the end of his lifespan, he was a nascent soul after all, and he was truly sharp after living for close to 1,000 years. He managed to identify Su Zimo's weakness despite the chaotic battle. The formation that enveloped Su Zimo was created with 4 sealers sacrificing their lives to activate 4 demon-revealing mirrors. It was set up to target him specifically. As long as he had his inner core, he could not break free of the restraints of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation, nor could he move at all. The pressure was present all the time. That was also the reason why Su Zimo had been counterattacking without moving from the spot the entire time. It was not because he did not want to, it was because he couldn't. It was actually simple to dispel the omnidirectional demon suppression formation. All he had to do was destroy the formation eyes. For this formation, the formation eyes were none other than the 4 demon-revealing mirrors on top of the 4 walls. He did not require all 4 demon-revealing mirrors to be destroyed. As long as 3 of them were shifted, Su Zimo could break free with the use of dharmic power from the Mingwang prayer bead. However, despite the simplicity of the matter, it was extremely difficult for Su Zimo. That was because he couldn't move at all. He could not even manage a simple act such as shifting his hand towards his storage bag, let alone move towards the demon-revealing mirrors above the walls. This was a doomed situation. No matter how much of a monster incarnate Su Zimo was, there was also a time where his strength was limited. The cultivators in the ancient city did not have to attack him at all. All they had to do was wait for time to pass and they could exhaust him to death. That was the main point that Glass Palace's sealer noticed as well. Foo. A cruel glint passed through the eyes of Glass Palace's sealer as he remarked sinisterly, "Little bastard, I'll wait here and watch you die from the suppression." Su Zimo chuckled and replied coldly with a fierce gaze, "Old dog, I'll make sure I take your life before I die." "Sure, let's see who lasts till the end." Glass Palace's sealer nodded and sneered. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shaking dragon's roar sounded from outside the ancient city with a shuddering impact. Instantly, a wild wind gusted and sand flew into a storm. When he heard that roar, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as his eyes widened with disbelief. Spirit tiger? There was nothing special about the tiger roar in the ears of ordinary cultivators. However, Su Zimo undertook demonic cultivation and had spent a lot of time with the spirit tiger previously. Naturally, he could tell the difference. He had once imparted the Void Thunder Manual to the spirit tiger. That was the reason why there was a tough electric element to the tiger roar, and it was bright and resounding. Of course, the most obvious portion was the ending of the roar where it had a coquettish note. Su Zimo did not know when it got into the habit of doing that. Back in Ethereal Peak, each time Su Zimo heard the spirit tiger make that dirty sound, he wanted to send the latter flying with a kick. "Elder Xiao, a beast stampede is attacking us." A Glass Palace cultivator yelled. Thud. 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 The ground shook violently. Although he was inside the ancient city, Su Zimo could feel everything clearly. Ah! Rearing his head, he could not help but howl into the air emotionally. Chapter 656, Attack the City. Chapter 656, Attack the City. Suzimo's roar reverberated through the world and penetrated metal and stone. Roar. The tiger roar sounded once more with a hint of excitement mixed in. The two roars harmonized with one another in midair. Gagagaga. A wild laughter echoed from outside the ancient city and was piercing like the clashing of metal. When he heard that laughter, a tall figure with long limbs covered in its own feces appeared in Suzimo's mind, and he could but help but chuckle. Monkey. Spirit tiger. They were both alive. Both of them were here. Suzimo was elated. Ever since what happened in Dongling Valley and Suzimo was hunted down by Bloodcrow Palace, he had to use blood escape to flee thousands of kilometers away. With his status unknown, Monkey and the spirit tiger left Ethereal Peak. Ever since then, he had not heard anything from them. The thought of searching for them came across Suzimo's mind as well. However, without any clue, trying to find two demon beasts in this vast world was more difficult than searching for a pin in a haystack. To think that the three of them would reunite in this intermediate ancient battlefield. East. Dust billowed. Countless demon beasts charged over with thundering gallops. The ground shook wildly due to their frightening might. Most of the demon beasts sprinted on the ground with dust flying around them. With their feet on the ground, they could make use of even more power to dodge. Some ferocious birds tore through the skies with piercing screeches. Defend the city with all our might. We can ignore Suzimo first, there's no way he can escape. The Glass Palace sealer, Elder Xiao, had a calm expression as he relayed the order swiftly. With the Glass Palace cultivators leading the way, many cultivators in the ancient city rushed towards the east wall. At that moment, nobody could retreat nor did they dare to. It was night at the moment, and if the ancient city's defense was breached by the beast stampede, everyone would die. Spirit light filled the skies. Countless flying swords shot down towards the city wall. Spirit arts descended with a blanketing might. Although Suzimo was rooted to the center of the ancient city and could not see what was going on outside, the situation outside was bloody and more than half the skies were already dyed red with blood. It was clear evidence of how tragic the battle was. The cries and roars of demon beasts sounded repeatedly. The city wall was cramped with cultivators. For cultivators in the ancient city, all they had to do was rely on their terrain advantage and the unyielding defense of the ancient city. By releasing their flying swords, spirit weapons, and arts with those factors, they could deal the most damage to the beast stampede. On the ground, any demon beast that was severely injured would be drowned in the pushing beast stampede. More and more demon beasts fell. However, the beast stampede had no intention of backing off. That was because at the front of the beast stampede, there were two demon beasts with frightening auras leading the way, charging towards the ancient city with a murderous intent. 20 years had passed. The spirit tiger had turned stronger and its aura was malevolent. Every single swipe of its claws produced a lightning flash and it was extremely shuddering. Spirit arts and flying swords descended, but most of them were slapped away by the spirit tiger with brute force. After cultivating the Void Thunder manual, it went through a complete transformation as well. The sharpness of its fangs and claws could even repel perfect spirit weapons. However, there were way too many spirit arts and flying swords in midair that rained down. Even the spirit tiger could not avoid sustaining some injuries on its body completely. Thankfully, none of those injuries were lethal. Instead, those injuries enraged the spirit tiger further as it howled furiously and gained a burst in speed. On the other hand, Monkey kicked off from its toes and relied on its nimble movement techniques to dodge rapidly in the rain of swords and spirit arts. Although it was silent, the scarlet glint in Monkey's eyes intensified. The fact that the spirit tiger and Monkey charged at the front and opened up a path of blood was the reason why the beast stampede at the back did not disperse and charged at the ancient city swiftly. It was a path of blood that was made up of corpses and bones. Elder Xiao stood in the air and looked down at the dense beast stampede with a cold expression. A bunch of beasts that don't know what's good for them. Kill them all. Glass Palace has sent more than 2,000 golden cores this time round. Although hundreds of them died in the battle earlier on, there were still more than 1,000 Glass Palace cultivators. Coupled with the other cultivators in the city, there were close to 10,000 people. Alongside the terrain advantage, There was no way the beast stampede could break through the ancient city's defense. The beast stampede was bound to eventual retreat given the unfavorable circumstances. As time passed by, instead of diminishing, the roars outside the ancient city sounded closer. In fact, it was already approaching the ancient city. Elder Shio's expression changed slightly as he gazed down at the battlefield in the east. Beneath the ancient city, corpses were strewn and there were rivers of blood. Although the beast stampede managed to push its way towards the ancient city, that short distance of a few thousand feet was filled with the carcasses and flesh of demon beasts. It was grisly and shuddering with a blood stench that resembled the purgatory. The beast stampede had lost more than half of its numbers. Something isn't right. Elder Shio frowned and murmured, "Has the demon king leading them gone mad? It's insisting on attacking the city despite the heavy losses." Normally speaking, before half of the beast stampede was killed, the demon king would be able to notice the situation and order for a retreat so that they could retain their strength to bide for a better opportunity. But now, the two demon kings leading the charge seemed to have lost their minds as they ordered the remaining beast stampede to attack the ancient city relentlessly. Beneath the ancient city, there were already mountains of corpses. Be it on the side of the cultivators or the remaining demon beasts, both parties were immersed in killing. The demon beasts trampled on the carcasses of their comrades and charged up the city walls with all their might. The cultivators on the city walls defended with their full strength as well. If the demon beasts managed to charge up the wall, countless cultivators would die. That was because apart from Glass Palace cultivators, there were not many people who could engage demon beasts in melee combat. The two demon kings were filled with injuries, but they continued charging up the wall fervently with bloodshot eyes, intent on scaling it. Each time they were pushed down, they charged back up. Even Elder Shio felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of that frightening determination, let alone the cultivators on the wall. What is pushing those demon beasts? Elder Shio could not figure out. It was as though there was a treasure in the ancient city that the demon beasts were bent on getting their hands on. Hold on. A spark flashed through Elder Shio's mind. He spun around furiously and glared at the green-robed cultivator in the middle of the city. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator's expression was so dark that it was scary. His features were menacing and veins popped from his neck. The killing intent in his eyes was almost corporeal and could spew out, "It's him. Those demon beasts are here to save him." Elder Shio was enlightened. At the same time, he sensed a chilling intent creeping up his back, causing his hairs to stand on end and his scalp to prickle. Initially, there was no way Suzimo could break free from the omnidirectional demon suppression formation. This was a doomed situation. But now, a variable has appeared in the situation. Finally, a hint of panic flashed through Elder Shio's eyes. Nothing must happen to the omnidirectional demon suppression formation. If the formation is destroyed, who can stop Suzimo when he breaks free? At that time, when the beast stampede breaches the city, everyone inside will. Chapter 657, Berserk. Chapter 657, Berserk. Elder Shio's reaction was swift as he spun around and bellowed to the cultivators on the wall, "Defend the demon revealing mirrors with all your might. Don't let the beasts get their hands on it." The Glass Palace cultivators obeyed his orders and dashed towards the demon revealing mirrors. That sudden shift caused chaos to break out from the group. Inevitably, an opening was revealed in the defenses on the wall. Boom! A gigantic, thick arm filled with black fur reached up from below and slapped heavily against the wall. An aura rumbled. There were at least 4 cultivators who did not manage to dodge and were smashed into sludge by the gigantic palm, causing blood to splatter all over the wall. Instantly, a pitch-black figure pulled up from the gigantic palm and arrived at the top of the wall. It was a monkey that was filled with long fur. It bared its fangs at the cultivators with bloodshot eyes, pounding its arms furiously against its chest. It was as though a divine being was beating the heavenly drums with a shocking aura. When they heard that, the demon beasts beneath the city wall became even more excited and charged continuously towards the top of the city wall with the monkey. Roar. There was a deafening tiger roar. After Monkey breached the wall's defenses, The pressure on the spirit tiger decreased significantly and it charged up the wall as well. Diving right into the crowd, it swiped with its sharp claws and bared its menacing fangs. The crowd was in chaos. Cultivators who could enter the ancient battlefield were mostly capable elites of their sects and factions. However, it was the same for demon beasts as well. In that distance, most cultivators were no match for demon beasts. Monkey charged into the crowd and despite being barehanded, nobody could stand in his path, everyone in his way was overwhelmed. Both Monkey and the spirit tiger were covered with injuries. However, they continued charging ahead fervently, as though they could not feel any pain. Suzimo watched from the center of the ancient city silently with a dark gaze. However, the slight trembling of his body was a clear sign of his inner emotions. Over there, I see him. The spirit tiger carved out a blooded path and caught sight of Suzimo, who was in the center of the city. Shrugging its head and tail, the spirit tiger wanted to charge down and rescue Suzimo right away. Elder Shio's lips curled. He was not worried of these demon beasts charging over. Any demon beast that entered the omnidirectional demon suppression formation would be killed, no matter how many of them there were. Don't go. Monkey growled deeply. The spirit tiger paused in its tracks with a confused expression. Turning around, Monkey glared at the demon-revealing mirror that was protected by a dense crowd with a shimmering gaze. Prior to this, he had heard someone in the city yelling for the demon-revealing mirror to be protected. Furthermore, Monkey could clearly tell that the columns of light emanating from the demon-revealing mirrors on the four walls were the reason why Suzimo was rendered immobile in the center of the city. Those four demon-revealing mirrors were the key. Boss, it's too difficult. The spirit tiger could also tell what Monkey intended to do and curled its lips, murmuring. The more than 1,000 cultivators from Glass Palace had already abandoned the defense of the city wall completely and had gathered around the demon-revealing mirror instead. If they wanted to get their hands on the demon-revealing mirror, they would have to get through the defenses of the Glass Palace cultivators first. Every single Glass Palace cultivator was strong physically with immense strength that could match demon beasts barehanded. Because the city wall was much longer, their strength had to be divided and it was inevitable that there would be weaker spots in the defense. However, it was much simpler defending a single demon-revealing mirror. It was impossible to bypass all the Glass Palace cultivators. Kill. Pointing forward, Monkey roared and the blood chi in his body surged. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the demon-revealing mirror in huge stride. Even if the whole Glass Palace was ahead of him, Monkey was going to run them over. Kill. 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 Many Glass Palace cultivators hollered and attacked at the same time. Flying swords tore through the air. Ignoring them, Monkey's speed did not dip at all as it swerved to avoid lethal damage while extending its gigantic palm to throw out a vicious slap. Poof. 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 Instantly, a few more wounds appeared on Monkey's body. One of the wound was so deep that it even revealed his white bones. However, Monkey merely frowned and the ferocity in its eyes intensified. Exerting strength in its palm, it sent a few Glass Palace cultivators in its way flying. Crack. 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard while the Glass Palace cultivators were in midair. The full-powered attack of Monkey was something that even Glass Palace cultivators could not withstand with their bodies. It was way too ferocious. Charging the entire way, Monkey did not care about itself at all and was fighting with its life. Even if it was injured, it was bent on fighting the Glass Palace cultivators to the end. Although the Glass Palace cultivators were elites of their sects that had been through countless life and death bouts, none of them had witnessed such cruel and bloodthirsty method. Monkey's eyes were already stained red with blood. Under the night skies, he bore a pair of blooded eyes. It was even brighter than the stars in the skies. Nobody dared to meet his gaze. A blooded gaze was born. A power deep within the bloodline of Monkey was silently awakened. Berserk. It was a power that was unique to the sanguine ape race. Roar. Monkey reared its head and howled into the skies, completely immersed in its berserk state. It no longer had logic or reason. The only thing in its mind was the thought of killing. The true terror of the berserk state was that Monkey's strength and speed would increase and it would not sense any pain at all. The only thing that could stop it from its killing spree was an extremely severe injury. In fact, it could not even remember the spirit tiger. Anything that stood in its path was killed, and killed. Monkey swung its thick arm and swept through the crowd like a heavenly piercing pillar. All the cultivators in front of it were slammed away with broken bones and tendons. Its gigantic fist resembled a pitch-black seal. With each punch, the city wall would tremble once. The spirit tiger followed closely behind, killing with its full might as well. The lightning in its claws had already faded and turned gradually weaker. In fact, there were countless cuts in its claws that were inflicted by the spirit weapons, and they could snap at any moment, no longer as sharp as before. However, it was still trying its best to kill. Even without its claws, it would use its fangs to chomp. Even if its fangs were shattered, it would use its head and body to ram ahead. Insane. These two beasts have gone insane. The cultivators were shivering in fear. Most cultivators in the ancient city had fought against demon beasts in the past one way or another. However, none of them, including Elder Xiao who was almost 1,000 years old, had ever seen demon beasts fighting to the extent where they were no longer concerned about their own life and death. On the southern wall of the ancient city, a yellow-haired burly man was initially contemplating an escape out of the city. However, when he saw what happened, he felt a shock that resonated deep in his heart and gripped his fist subconsciously. It was the feeling of blood boiling. In fact, he wanted to rush forward and help the monkey and spirit tiger. However, he calmed down swiftly and had to remind himself constantly. Do not be reckless, do not be reckless. On the other side, a fiery red fox that was hidden in a corner watched everything with a nervous expression. From time to time, her gaze would shift towards the demon-revealing mirror which was guarded by dozens of glass palace cultivators. The little fox was biding her time for an opportunity. Her target was the demon-revealing mirror on the southern wall. Although there were only dozens of glass palace cultivators guarding, it was more difficult than ascending the heavens for the little fox to break through their defenses and get her hands on the demon-revealing mirror. She had never exchanged blows with humans before. At that moment, her heart was filled with fear. However, she knew that she had to stand forth. Chapter 658, Breaking the Demon-Revealing Mirror. Chapter 658, Breaking the Demon-Revealing Mirror. The killing on the east wall was still ongoing. Monkey's bloodshot eyes were widened, resembling two sinister red lanterns in the dark night. Wherever the lanterns passed, a bloodstorm would rise. Snap. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. A glass palace golden core seized advantage of the chaos to close in, waving his fist to pummel Monkey's kneecap fiercely. The kneecap turned into a blooded mess of flesh and blood and the bones were shattered on the spot. Although Monkey was in a berserk state and could not feel any pain, the severe injury on his left kneecap cost him to almost fall from a lack of balance. That brief delay in his movement technique caused a few incoming flying swords from the air to shoot right into Monkey's tall figure. Poof, poof, poof. Arrows of blood splattered. Instantly, a few blooded holes appeared on Monkey's body. One of them penetrated his chest and was right beside its heart. A slight difference would have ended its life there and then. Filled with injuries all over, Monkey's body was drenched in blood as it panted heavily. Every single pant would cause blood to spurt out of its nose and mouth. It was a shuddering sight. Gradually, Monkey's footsteps came to a stop. It was truly tired. If not for the berserk power that was triggered from the depths of its bloodline, it would have collapsed a long time ago. The blood glint in Monkey's eyes faded gradually. The berserk power was vanishing from its body. What replaced it was throbbing pain from every part of its body that intensified by the moment. Apart from physical weakness, the large amount of blood lost also caused Monkey to experience bouts of dizziness and blurred consciousness. Even its vision was fluttering. Monkey shrugged its head. Blood spurted out of its mouth and nose. The demon-revealing mirror was not far ahead. There were only 2 rows of glass palace cultivators before him. Right now, Monkey was fully exhausted. However, it was indignant. Although the bloodlight in Monkey's eyes dimmed, their ferocity was not reduced as it glared furiously with clenched teeth at the demon-revealing mirror that was not far ahead. The cultivators on the opposite end did not dare to advance recklessly after meeting with Monkey's gaze. 2 Glass Palace cultivators stood out and composed themselves. With a shout, they summoned their flying swords once again and thrust towards Monkey's head. The 2 flying swords shone with 5 spirit lights. 2 perfect spirit weapons. All the cultivators who managed to survive up till this point were the strongest elites of their respective sects and factions. As such, it was only natural that their weapons were special. Monkey wanted to dodge when it caught sight of the 2 incoming flying swords, however, its body felt incomparably sluggish and would not obey its mind. If it was struck by the 2 flying swords, Monkey would definitely die even if it had 10 lives. All of a sudden, a dark shadow bolted over from the side and sent one of the swords flying. The other flying sword stabbed into the shadow. The black shadow fell to the ground weakly with a grisly hole that spewed with blood in its abdomen. It was the spirit tiger. At the last moment, the spirit tiger had rushed over to save Monkey. To begin with, the spirit tiger was already exhausted. Now that its abdomen was pierced by the flying sword, it no longer had the strength to get up and could only lie on the ground and whimper with dimmed eyes. Suzimo's gaze was cold as he gripped his fists so tightly that his knuckles went white. Unknowingly, sharp fingernails had protruded and stabbed into his flesh, but he did not realize it at all. Raw. When Monkey saw that, it was first stunned. Immediately after, its massive body convulsed in a seemingly spastic manner as it roared to the front. Ta, ta, ta. Dragging its battered body, Monkey used the final bits of its strength and took 3 consecutive strides towards the 2 rows of Glass Palace cultivators at the front. Glass Divine Light. One of the Glass Palace golden cores harumphed and released the legacy phenomenon of Glass Palace towards Monkey. Splash. The power of phenomenon surged and Glass Divine Light shone brightly. Streaks of rainbow light shone behind the Glass Palace cultivator one after another. Some of the demon beasts nearby were enveloped by the rainbow lights and their flesh crystallized immediately, cold as ice without any life in them. A single touch would turn them into ice blocks to shatter onto the ground. Monkey had a menacing expression and charged towards the Glass Divine Light with no intention of stopping. It reached out for the Glass Palace cultivator with its massive palm. "You must have a death wish." The person sneered and snarled. Given the might of Glass Divine Light, there was no way Monkey's arm could come into contact with him. Even the bloodline of a pure-blooded ferocious beast would be turned into powder by Glass Divine Light. Crack, crack, crack. True enough. Monkey's arm was instantly covered by a layer of rainbow crystal upon reaching into Glass Divine Light. Its fur fell off and its flesh was revealed. In the blink of an eye, even the flesh on its arm was covered by a layer of rainbow crystal. Once the power of phenomenon seeped into the arm's flesh, blood and bones, Monkey's arm would be as good as gone. However, Monkey's arm had already reached the throat of the Glass Palace cultivator before it was fully penetrated by Glass Divine Light. How is that possible? The Glass Palace cultivator's eyes were widened with disbelief. There was only a single explanation. Monkey's bloodline was even stronger and more frightening than a pure-blooded ferocious beast's bloodline. It managed to defend against the penetration of Glass Divine Light for the time being. At that moment, as long as Monkey exerted some strength to its fingers, it could kill the Glass Palace cultivator right away. However, Monkey did not do that. Gripping the person's throat, it made aim and tossed the person viciously towards the demon-revealing mirror that was not far away. The Glass Palace cultivator's head spun from the toss and he could not control his figure at all, maintaining his golden core phenomenon subconsciously as he flew through the crowd. A few cultivators who did not manage to dodge in time were crystallized by Glass Divine Light and smashed into powder. Of the remaining cultivators, nobody could release golden core phenomenons to defend against this person. Boom. The person smashed heavily into the demon-revealing mirror. Clang. The demon-revealing mirror rolled and fell from the city wall. There were initially 4 columns of light from the 4 city walls. But now that one of the demon-revealing mirrors was sent flying, there was one less column of light. The pressure on Suzumo's body diminished by a fraction. However, the omnidirectional demon suppression formation was not completely dispelled yet. He could only break free if there were at least 3 demon-revealing mirrors that were moved. On the city wall, Monkey heaved a deep breath of air when it saw the demon-revealing mirror fall over. Its eyes dimmed and it could no longer hold on. With a thud, Monkey's massive body fell weakly onto the city wall, causing blood to splash and dust to billow. Slanting its head, Monkey gazed at Suzumo in the center of the city and tried its best to shift its chaffed lips and smile, the same way it did back in Kanglang mountain range. A layer of mist filled Suzumo's eyes. In midair, Elder Shio's palpitating heart calmed down as well. The fall of a single demon-revealing mirror did not have much impact on the current situation. Furthermore, the 2 demon kings were already exhausted and could be killed at any moment. The remaining demon beasts were of no threat either. Everyone, heed my orders. Abandon the east city wall and guard the other 3 walls with all your strength. Protect the other 3 demon-revealing mirrors. Before Elder Shio's words were finished, something happened on the southern city wall. Chapter 659, Topple Nations and Cities. Chapter 659, Topple Nations and Cities. The most intense conflicts on the battlefield happened at the east side. There were only dozens of glass palace cultivators above the south city wall guarding the demon-revealing mirror. At that moment, the dozens of cultivators were drawn to the commotion on the east side. Suddenly, from a corner of the south city wall, a streak of red light burst out and bolted towards the demon-revealing mirror not far away. The streak of red light was tiny and maneuvered through the legs of many glass palace cultivators at an extremely fast speed like a wisp of smoke. What's that? Dozens of glass palace cultivators were momentarily stunned before they reacted to it and shouted. The red streak of light was the little fox. Suzumo was both surprised and delighted when he saw that the little fox was fine. However, the next moment, when he realized what the little fox was up to, he found himself on edge once again. The moment of the fall of the demon-revealing mirror on the east city wall was the moment when the cultivators felt the most relaxed. Bolstering her courage, the little fox clenched her teeth and dashed towards the demon-revealing mirror. However, everyone realized by the time she passed by a few figures. Right as she was in the midst of sprinting with her full might, she felt her body lifting into the air, pulled by the tail. Someone yanked her from behind. Ah! The little fox whimpered and she was lifted with ease. Because she was scurrying too quickly, there was a ripping pain beneath her body when she was pulled up by the tail. Coupled with the fear deep within her heart, the little fox's body could not help but tremble. Fufu, it's a fox. We can't kill this fox. I heard that after taking on human form, those of the fox race are fairy-like beauties. With perfect figures and an innate charm, they are the best at pampering their masters. That sounds great. A group of glass palace cultivators circled around the little fox and snickered lustfully. With an embarrassed and furious expression, the little fox clenched her tiny paws and swayed her tail gently. Instantly, a fragrant aroma emanated from her lower body and spread. The first to be struck was the cultivator grabbing the little fox's tail. The glass palace cultivator was dazed with a gaping mouth, drooling in his imaginations. He relented his grip and the little fox broke free. When the surrounding cultivators caught scent of that fragrance, all of them froze on the spot with intoxicated gazes, as though they had lost their souls. That bewitching aroma was a means unique to the fox race. People who were kind and open by nature would not be hurt by the aroma. On the contrary, it would be a boon for their cultivation and would help boost their physical and mental healths. People who were evil and lustful would be mesmerized by the fragrance and even lose themselves completely, allowing them to be manipulated by the foxes. The little fox scurried past dozens of cultivators and sprinted towards the demon-revealing mirror with her full might. She had to be fast. Given the strength of the glass palace cultivators, it won't be long before they snapped out of their stupor. By the time they realized what was going on, she would not have any chance left. The demon-revealing mirror was right in front of her. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared right before the little fox. A dark shadow dawned down. Before she could react, She felt her breathing choke, her throat was gripped by a thick arm. A glass palace cultivator gripped the little fox's throat with his arm and whisked her up, smirking with a cold, mocking expression. He was Jiang Hui, the leader of the dozens of cultivators and also the strongest among them. He stood right in front of the demon-revealing mirror and had never left it. As such, he was naturally not affected by her attack. He. Jiang Hui glared at the little fox and sneered in ridicule. Little thing, you think you're strong enough to create trouble? The little fox struggled with her petite body. However, Jiang Hui's palm was like an iron grip that she could not break free from. All of a sudden, the little fox's figure shuddered and right in front of Jiang Hui, she transformed into a young lady in her prime. The young lady wore a red, thinly veiled dress that accentuated her curvy figure. Most of her long legs were revealed in a barely visible manner. Jiang Hui shuddered and lust surged in his lower body. He turned to look at the young lady's face. She was truly befitting of the word peerless. Even the most beautiful descriptions in this world would do injustice to the features of this young lady. Her beautiful eyes were clear as water and seemed like they could draw out one's soul. The young lady's expression seemed like she was grumbling and her eyes were deep. With a straight nose and slightly agape cherry lips that revealed her pearly whites, she emanated a faint fragrance. Instantly, Jiang Hui's mind went blank with a bang. His grip relented instinctively. Cultivators who were rushing over from other places to give reinforcement paused in their tracks instinctively when they caught sight of the young lady's features. It was accompanied by a clanging commotion. The weapons in their hands were falling one after another. This was what it meant to topple nations and cities. The little fox broke free from Jiang Hui's hand and ran towards the demon-revealing mirror that was not far away. She had barely taken a few steps when she heard a deep growl behind her. Like a wild beast, Jiang Hui lunged towards the little fox with bloodshot eyes. He panted heavily as he gripped the little fox's throat tightly, shouting, "Demonis, don't dream of bewitching me." The little fox could not catch her breath and her legs flayed wildly. However, her arms were still fervently trying to reach the demon-revealing mirror that was close by. Even if I have to use all my strength, I have to knock the demon-revealing mirror over. That was the only thought in the little fox's mind. When he saw that, Su Zimo clenched his teeth tightly and circulated his blood qi to its limit. His eyes were bloodshot as he let out a shuddering roar from the depths of his throat. Not far away on the city wall, a yellow-haired burly man had half a foot out and was prepared to seize the chaos and escape. However, he froze when he saw that. For some reason, he felt his blood boiling. Bloody hell, damn it. I'm going for it. The yellow-haired burly man took back his feet and roared, lunging towards Jiang Hui at the side. In midair, his figure transformed into a mighty golden lion with outstretched claws and a widened mouth bearing its fangs. Jiang Hui's mental state was in complete chaos right now. In reality, he had been completely bewitched by the little fox. However, the secret skills he had cultivated such as the Glass Sutra were reminding him constantly that something was amiss. The two conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind, resulting in the current situation. He did not even notice the golden lion lunging in. The golden lion chomped down on Jiang Hui's head, crunching it before devouring it. At the same time, the dozens of glass palace cultivators at the side stirred awake and rushed over. "I'll hold them back, hurry and leave." The golden lion did not have time to look at the little fox and merely left that comment before rushing towards the dozens of glass palace cultivators. The little fox struggled to get up and sprinted to the demon-revealing mirror before she could even catch her breath. She reached for the corner of the demon-revealing mirror and shoved it with all her might. Clang! The demon-revealing mirror was knocked over. Yet another column of light vanished from Su Zimo. Instantly, it seemed as though the world had gone silent. The air went stale. The ancient city was filled with a murderous intent. An extremely frightening aura was being released gradually from the center of the ancient city. It was as though an extremely terrifying existence was being awakened. Chapter 660, Break Free. Chapter 660, Break Free. The shuddering aura emanated from the center of the ancient city and permeated to every single corner, shrouding over every cultivator. On the south city wall, many cultivators were about to charge up to kill the spirit tiger and monkey. However, they paused in their tracks all of a sudden. On the east city wall, the young lady transformed from the little fox panted slightly. The golden lion's massive figure fell to the corner of the wall, coughing out huge mouthfuls of blood with a tuckered expression. Although it was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it could not withstand the combined force of dozens of glass palace cultivators. It was severely injured the moment they clash. However, the dozens of cultivators did not continue in their pursuit. Every single cultivator in the ancient city felt a chill down to their bones and turned around instinctively. Nobody knew what would happen after 2 demon-revealing mirrors were knocked over. All the cultivators wanted to know if the remaining 2 demon-revealing mirrors could support the omnidirectional demon suppression formation and continue locking the monster incarnate where he was. Even the heartbeat of the sealer, Elder Xiao, in midair skipped a beat. At that moment, it seemed as though time had frozen. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Su Zimo was still motionless where he was. Although there were 2 demon-revealing mirrors missing, the runes of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation were still present and hovered above Su Zimo's head with a firm lock. Elder Xiao was the first to react as he yelled, "Everyone, don't panic. The runes of the formation are still present and that beast can't break free. The rest of you, head over to guard the demon-revealing mirrors on the west and north city walls. Nothing must happen to the 2 demon-revealing mirrors." Elder Xiao bolted towards the west city wall as he spoke. Foo. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed from the middle of the formation in the ancient city in an unsettling manner. Elder Xiao was not wrong. Su Zimo was still unable to break free after 2 demon-revealing mirrors were knocked over. However, it was also logical that the strength of the omnidirectional demon suppression formation would diminish after 2 columns of light were gone. With the diminished strength of the formation, another power within Su Zimo's body had already been unsealed. Turning around, Su Zimo glared at the back of Elder Xiao coldly. Elder Xiao, who was in midair, suddenly frowned. He could vaguely sense that someone was glaring at him from the back. It was like a piercing light. Immediately after, he felt an extreme sense of danger surging from the depths of his heart. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Elder Xiao turned around. Immediately, his eyes were widened with fear in them, as though he had just witnessed an incomparably horrifying scene. In the middle of the ancient city, a white light was bouncing in Su Zimo's right eye, intensifying and turning brighter. Visual technique. Elder Xiao could not react from his stupor in time. A bedazzling beam of light shot forth from Su Zimo's right eye, illuminating the entire world like day as though it was a blazing sun. Illumination Eye. The first power to break free after 2 demon-revealing mirrors were knocked over was the Illumination Eye. Illumination Eye was cultivated through gazing at the blazing sun day and night. In reality, it had already transcended beyond the power of inner core and was almost on the same level as the heaven and earth powers. In other words, the power of Illumination Eye was a type of dharmic power. Boom! An incomparably brilliant beam of light shot forth and penetrated the void, almost crossing half the ancient city as it pierced Elder Xiao's abdomen. The world seemed to have gone still. Instantly, the darkness in the ancient city was purged away by the beam of light. A gigantic hollow wound appeared on Elder Xiao's abdomen and his body was almost snapped. In fact, there was no trace of blood around the wound. Everything was scorched into ash by the power of Illumination Eye and it was terrifying. The beam of light did not strike Elder Xiao at his vitals. However, all life had been wiped away from Elder Xiao at that moment. Illumination Eye had already burned away every single bit of life in his organs. In reality, that body was already a corpse at that moment. The only reason why he did not fall immediately was the presence of his essence spirit. Unfortunately, he was almost at the end of his lifespan to begin with and his essence spirit was extremely weak. Even if it could break free from the shell of his body, it would not last for more than 3 breaths. The murderous intent that shrouded the ancient city alone was more than enough to destroy his extremely fragile essence spirit. Elder Xiu's dimmed and he no longer had any hopes left. His death was certain and he did not have any regrets. His true concern was that the omnidirectional demon suppression formation was most likely unable to hold down the monster incarnate any longer. The true target of the visual technique was not him, but the demon revealing mirror on the West City wall behind him. The beam of light penetrated his body and struck the West City wall. 5 cultivators that were standing guard in front of the demon revealing mirror were pierced by the beam of light instantly. One of them had a full half of his body cut off entirely. Another cultivator's head was sliced into half. Boom. Eventually, the beam of light from Illumination Eye struck the demon revealing mirror and knocked it onto the ground. Another column of light from the demon revealing mirror disappeared from Suzimo. Night loomed down once more. At the same time, a dark fog enveloped everyone's minds. Although the omnidirectional demon suppression formation was still present, the runes surrounding it had faded considerably. All Glass Palace cultivators, listen up. Hurry and leave this place, escape as far as you can. Elder Xiu exhausted the final bit of his strength and bellowed. Immediately after, Elder Xiu's glabella shone and a black mountain peak the size of a thumb appeared in midair. Dharmic power fluctuated right after. The black mountain peak expanded rapidly with the wind and blanketed Suzimo's head with a large shadow before crushing down. Elder Xiu knew that he was dead for sure and this was the final thing he could do. It would be for the best if he could kill Suzimo on the spot. If not, he would still make his death worthwhile if he could buy enough time for the remaining Glass Palace cultivators to escape. The moment he knew that Monkey and the Spirit Tiger had attacked the city, Suzimo was already fuming with rage. Now that 3 demon revealing mirrors had been knocked off and the pressure on him was relieved considerably, he could not help but rear his head and release a deafening roar filled with killing intent. The final demon revealing mirror that was remaining and the omnidirectional demon suppression formation could no longer seal his inner core. Suzimo's eyes shone brightly, dark as ink, and his black hair swayed in the air. Blood chi surged in his body while his inner core circulated wildly, releasing a scarlet demonic chi around him. His body was expanding at a rapid pace. Crackle. Pang. 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 Suzimo's tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his flesh expanded. Right in front of everyone, that body that was around 7 feet tall instantly grew to more than 100 feet. He was like a towering ancient fiend celestial with a torrential ferocity. Many cultivators on the city walls were already scared out of their wits. Right in front of them, the massive figure grew to a height that was even taller than the city walls. What happened was way too shocking. Like a demon king and divine being, that figure seemed like it could crush and destroy everything in its path. Chapter 661, Blood for Blood. Chapter 661, Blood for Blood. The flesh on that massive body expanded and green veins were exposed densely, slithering on the body like spirit snakes. The body shone with a metallic luster that was indestructible. There was a layer of runes shining over Suzimo's body still. Although 3 demon revealing mirrors were knocked over, the omnidirectional demon suppression formation was still present and had not been completely dispelled. The light barrier formed by the formation was still bound tightly onto Suzimo's body. However, the runes on the light barrier flickered as though they could be destroyed at any moment. With a menacing gaze, Suzimo's arms expanded and his entire body grew once again. Crack. Crack, crack. The surrounding light barrier shattered instantly. The runes on it dimmed completely. With a boom, the omnidirectional demon suppression formation exploded. Suzimo broke free and the demonic chi in his body surged out, conjuring a series of ancient demons one after another around here. Wild bovine, stone bear, anaconda, sanguine ape, divine steed, hell tiger and wind leopard. There were 7 of them. The cultivators in the ancient city were scared witless. Prior to this, Suzimo had reminded them twice that this was a grudge between him and Glass Palace and that it had nothing to do with them. At that moment, all of them took Suzimo as a joke. But now, everyone realized that the only shot they might have at survival was if they left at that moment. Bang! Boom! Boom! A large shadow engulfed, covering the sky and the sun. The black mountain peak released by Elder Shio at the end crushed down, but Suzimo did not dodge or avoid. Extending his arms, he growled deeply and his massive palms supported the base of the mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak was extremely heavy since it contained the dharmic powers of a sealer after all. The moment he made contact with it, Suzimo's figure shrunk and the stone slabs beneath his feet exploded, causing his legs to sink deeply into the ground. However, his knees did not buckle and his spine was still upright. Like a divine being, he lifted the black mountain peak with his body. That was the final scene Elder Shio witnessed in this world. Highs. He closed his eyes and sighed gently. He knew that the cultivators in the ancient city were mostly doomed. As for the glass palace cultivators, there was a high chance that they would all die here. A tear opened up silently behind Elder Shio, blowing with an evil wind in its darkness. The tear enveloped Elder Shio in a single motion before closing gradually. Hurry, run. Finally, some cultivators realized what was happening and fled into the distance. Suzimo had a menacing gaze and smiled sinisterly. He threw the mountain peak in his hands towards the escaping crowd viciously. Boom! Half the west city wall was crushed with the descent of the mountain peak. Although Suzimo could support the mountain peak, the other cultivators could not. Even their combined strength could not withstand the pressure of the mountain peak. In an instant, hundreds of cultivators were crushed into sludge. Kill! Suzimo widened his shining eyes and his blood chi surged into the air, shrouding around him. Facing the escaping cultivators, he roared loudly. Almost at the same time, the 7 ancient demon kings surrounding Suzimo opened their mouths and released deafeningly scary howls. Poof! 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 Many cultivators did not manage to escape far before they exploded from the shock of the howls and died on the spot. The number of demon beasts gushing into the city increased continuously. Roar! Looking at them, Suzimo let out a deep growl. All the demon beasts understood him and chased after the cultivators from other factions and sects. None of the demon beasts dared to disobey Suzimo's orders. For demons, the rules of the jungle were absolute for them. Anyone who was strongest could declare themselves as king. At this moment, anyone that dared disobey Suzimo was looking to die. Suzimo placed Monkey, the spirit tiger, Little Fox and Golden Lion down at a corner and poured out all the elixirs in his storage bag. Monkey and the spirit tiger had the most severe injuries. However, Monkey's bloodline was special to begin with and life force was already recovering within its body by now. The spirit tiger underwent a transformation after cultivating the Void Thunder Manual and had also started recovering. The Golden Lion's condition was fine and was in no danger of death. The 3 of them merely had to consume a few elixirs before recovering. As for the Little Fox, she was merely shocked, not injured. However, for some unknown reason, she reverted to her true form and looked at Suzimo nervously with shifty eyes, seemingly embarrassed. After placating the 4 of them, Suzimo did not linger and turned immediately. He strode with huge steps in that massive body and hunted down glass palace cultivators. The other cultivators in the ancient city could naturally be settled by the remaining beast stampede. Suzimo was not bothered even if some of them slipped away. The only ones who were not allowed to leave were glass palace cultivators. Suzimo had mentioned that he would make Glass Palace pay with blood for the millions of innocent living beings from the 13 cities of Yang country that were killed. Furthermore, Glass Palace had to pay for the severe injuries of Monkey and the spirit tiger as well. It was truly way too difficult for anyone that hoped to leave this place alive against Suzimo's pursuit. His body was massive and his burst power was shocking. He could catch up to anyone within a few steps with his huge strides. Additionally, he had cultivated universal hearing and his 5 senses were frighteningly strong as well. Nobody could avoid detection from here. Suzimo chased after a small group of Glass Palace cultivators and his massive palm descended from the skies. He did not have to use any technique at all. This was a complete suppression of strength. He was overwhelming everything with brute force. Boom! When the palm landed on the ground, the ancient city shook and dust billowed. By the time Suzimo lifted his palm, There was a gigantic hand print on the ground with a dark shade of fresh blood seeping to every single corner of the soil. The small group of glass palace cultivators were all dead. Some cultivators who brushed past Suzimo heaved secretly in relief to have escaped. Unexpectedly, the ancient demon kings surrounding Suzimo burst forth. The wild bovine raised its horns, the stone bear pushed with its palms, the anaconda coiled, the sanguine ape threw out seals with its fists and the divine steed rammed. Every single move was a killing technique. None of those cultivators could withstand it at all. Suzimo passed through the ancient city and nobody within 1,000 feet radius around him was spared. He slaughtered all living beings mercilessly like a walking human weapon. Even for glass palace cultivators who could release golden core phenomenons, nothing changed. There was a chance that a golden core phenomenon released by those of Shi Wuya or Yi Tiancheng's level could defend against Suzimo. For the remaining glass palace cultivators, their golden core phenomenons could deal with the cultivators of other sects and factions sufficiently. However, against Suzimo, they were like weaklings that could not even take a single attack. A few punches and kicks were enough to shatter the phenomenons. The massacre continued. Gradually, the ancient city went silent. Suzimo had already killed his way to the plains outside the ancient city. All glass palace cultivators, even if they had escaped thousands of kilometers away, had to die under him. The night gradually cleared as time passed by. By the time daybreak arrived, a green-colored figure appeared on the horizon with fluttering clothes. Standing in the air with dancing hair, he welcomed the return of the sunlight. Chapter 662, The Deep Ties Between Brothers. Chapter 662, The Deep Ties Between Brothers. Overnight, the ancient city was destroyed. There were more than 2,000 glass palace cultivators with 6 sealers included, but none of them survived. Tang Shiyun stood squarely on the city wall, gazing at the derelict ancient city that was strewn with corpses and blood with a dazed expression. The ancient city was already occupied entirely by demon beasts. She was the only cultivator still alive. If Suzimo had not handed her over to the side of the monkey, spirit tiger, and the other demon beasts, she would have been ripped apart by the demon beasts a long time ago. Although it was only a short night, it felt like a long time to Tang Shiyun. She witnessed with her own eyes her sect mates being murdered mercilessly by someone. However, that person was her life-saving benefactor. She witnessed hundreds of thousands of cultivators buried here. She also witnessed a flourishing and relentless ancient city transform into a ruins overnight. Tang Shiyun should feel hatred towards Suzimo. After all, that man killed Southern Dual Sect cultivators personally and attracted a beast stampede to kill off more than half the cultivators in this ancient city. However, she could not bring herself to do that. It wasn't only because Suzimo had saved her previously. More than that, it was because in the depths of her heart, it was difficult to distinguish between who was right or wrong. At that moment, that man returned, basked in sunlight. Monkey grinned and the spirit tiger yelled in joy. The golden lion reared its head and roared while the little fox clutched its tiny paws with an emotional look. During Tang Shiyun's moment of silence, the man had already descended upon the city wall. Pursing her lips, Tang Shiyun headed forward and said with cupped fists, "Thank you for not killing me, fellow Daoist. I'll take my leave here." She had already sensed how out of place she was with everything here. There was no way she could stay on. "Yes," Suzimo replied, "although it's daytime now, there are still many dangers lurking in the ancient battlefield. If you're not in a hurry, you can rest here for the time being and I'll escort you to another gathering spot." What he meant by the time being was for Monkey, the spirit tiger and the other demons to recover. Tang Shiyun shook her head. She truly did not know how she should get along with Suzimo in the future. When he saw that, Suzimo did not force her and said, "Take care along the way then." Tang Shiyun nodded and turned to leave. Not long after she left the ancient city, she could not help but turn back to gaze at the green-colored figure, saying, "It won't be long before news of what happened here spreads to the rest of the ancient battlefield. You've got to take care as well." "All right." A reply transmitted over from the ancient city. Sighing internally, Tang Shiyun let go of the slight reluctance in her heart and sped into the distance. On the city wall. Suzimo swept his gaze across Monkey, the spirit tiger, little fox, and the golden lion. When he saw that they were recovering nicely, he finally smiled, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. There was nothing more joyous than to reunite with old friends and acquaintances. There seemed to be endless things to say between Suzimo, Monkey, and the spirit tiger, and they could not stop conversing. Suzimo. Ignoring its injury, Monkey strode over and extended its fist, thumping heavily on Suzimo's chest. Dong. Suzimo did not dodge and took the blow. The man and Monkey looked at one another and smiled. It was as though in that moment, they had gone back in time and returned to the days when they fought side by side in Kanglang mountain range. Golden Lion looked on and felt envy at their chemistry and relationship. After witnessing the terror of Suzimo's strength, it wanted to get to know him as well. However, at the end of the day, it had only known Suzimo for a couple of days. Previously, it was even just a mount for Suzimo, and there was naturally no way it could compete against the status of Monkey and the spirit tiger. The spirit tiger walked over and shrugged its head, chuckling. After forming his inner core, the first word that Boss said in human tongue was your name. Suzimo felt warmth in his heart. Previously, be it Monkey or the spirit tiger, neither of them formed an inner core and could not speak in human tongue. Their interactions were mostly a series of shouts. To think that the first word Monkey said would be his name. They had not seen each other for more than 20 years. Monkey had changed a lot. The only thing that remained the same was its feral nature, the pride in its eyes and its feelings towards Suzimo. The spirit tiger said smugly, after we could take on human form, we gave ourselves names so that it would be more convenient for us to roam the world. Monkey pouted its lips in disdain. The spirit tiger perked up and took a deep breath before speaking as though it was declaring something of paramount importance. My name is Hubatian. The little fox could not help but blurt out laughing. Suzimo could barely hold it in as well. The moment the spirit tiger saw that, it was worked up. What are you guys laughing about? What's bad about that name? Shameless. Monkey snorted and remarked ruthlessly. The spirit tiger's eyes widened and it raised its chin, arguing with a flushed face, what's so shameless about it? It's such a great name that's rare in the world and absolutely dominating. Suzimo laughed. The name is crude and gaudy, but I guess it's quite matching with your character. All of you guys are jealous. The spirit tiger's face darkened as it clenched its teeth in a huff, trembling from head to toe such that its wounds reopened. What about you? You didn't get yourself a name. Suzimo turned towards Monkey. Pouting, Monkey's eyes were filled with disdain as it raised its head. I'm me, I don't require a name. I'm going to be the strongest monkey demon in this world from this day forth. The moment anyone mentions a monkey demon, I'll be the first to come to mind. Suzimo nodded. That was the true meaning of domineering. Monkey's ambitions had never been small. Back in the Kanglang mountain range, it was already bent on being the demon king of the mountain range. Eventually, it was proven that Monkey indeed had the capabilities. Its bloodline was extremely unusual. Suzimo witnessed how Monkey entered a berserk state on the city wall. This secret skill of triggering one's power of bloodline was definitely a legacy of an extremely powerful and rare race. Suddenly, something else came to Suzimo's mind. In Tianhuang mainland, apart from him who knew about the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Monkey also knew about one of its sections, the Tendon's transformation section. It was highly possible that Dai Yu had imparted that to Monkey personally. The fact that Dai Yu was willing to teach it was proof that Monkey's background might be rather special. Suzimo asked, where did you guys go after leaving Ethereal Peak? Why did you enter the ancient battlefield and come here? Boss could not stay in Ethereal Peak any longer after knowing that you were missing and there was no news of whether you were dead or alive. The spirit tiger said, later on, Boss insisted on leaving to look for you and I followed along. There was no meaning to us staying in Ethereal Peak if you weren't there. Initially, that stupid bird wanted to sneak out along with us as well. However, it was caught by the old Immortal crane and had no choice but to stay in Ethereal Peak. At the mention of the stupid bird, There was a reminiscent look in the spirit tiger's eyes as it showed a rare display of emotions. I wonder how that stupid bird's doing. Has it formed its inner core yet? The stupid bird the spirit tiger was referring to was the child of Ethereal Peak's Immortal crane. The spirit tiger and little crane spent the most time together and their relationship was naturally closer. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,